Hello guys, welcome to Potter Studio. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry bonded with the ancient ley lines of Hogwarts and became a god within the castle? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Breaking the Blood quill bit into the back of Harry's hand for the 47th time that week. I must not tell lies. The words carved themselves into his flesh with familiar agony, red lines weeping crimson tears that dripped onto the parchment below. Umbridge's office pressed in around him, pink walls, mewling kitten plates, the cloying scent of perfume that couldn't quite mask something rotten underneath. Again, Mr. Potter. Harry didn't look up. He'd learned that looking at her made it worse. Something in his eyes seemed to infuriate her, some spark of defiance she couldn't quite extinguish. So he kept his head down, watched his own blood form letters, and wrote. I must not tell lies. 48. His hand had stopped healing between sessions 3 days ago. The skin simply couldn't keep up anymore. Raw tissue gleamed wetly beneath the carved words, and each new stroke of the quill dug a little deeper, found a little more of him to take. You understand why this is necessary, Umbridge said, not a question. Her teacup clinked against its saucer. The minister himself has expressed concern about your instability. These detentions are for your own good. To help you understand the importance of truth. I must not tell lies. 49. Something was wrong. Harry had felt the wrongness building for days now, a pressure behind his eyes, a humming in his bones that had nothing to do with the pain. He'd assumed it was exhaustion, stress, the weight of everything pressing down on him. Voldemort's return. Sirius trapped in Grimmauld Place. The Ministry's campaign to destroy his credibility. The nightmares that left him gasping awake, scar burning, with visions of corridors he'd never walked. But this was different. This felt like standing at the edge of a cliff in the dark, knowing the ground was about to give way but unable to see the drop. I must not tell lies. 50. The quill slipped in his grip. His hand was too slick with blood, the muscles too cramped from hours of writing. The nib skittered across the parchment, leaving a jagged red line, and Harry heard Umbridge's sharp intake of breath. Careless, Mr. Potter. We'll need to start that line again. Harry tried to adjust his grip. His fingers wouldn't cooperate. The wrongness was building now, a subsonic vibration running through his bones, up from the floor, from the stones of the castle itself. His vision blurred at the edges. Mr. Potter. Continue. He couldn't. His hand was shaking too badly, blood pooling in his palm, dripping through his fingers onto the ancient wooden desk. The drops hit the wood and seemed to sink rather than pool, absorbed into the grain like water into sand. The humming grew louder. Mr. Potter. Harry looked up, and Umbridge's face swam before him, her toad-like features distorted, stretched, as if he were seeing her through rippling water. The pink walls pulsed like living tissue. The kitten plate's painted eyes seemed to track him with terrible awareness. Something's, his voice came out strange, harmonics layered beneath the words. Something's happening. Sit down this instant. Umbridge was standing now, wand drawn, but Harry couldn't sit because he hadn't stood, had he? His body was acting without his permission, rising from the chair, blood still dripping from his ruined hand, each drop hitting the floor and vanishing into stone. The castle groaned. Not a metaphor, not imagination, the actual stones of Hogwarts shifted and ground against each other, a sound like the world clearing its throat. Dust sifted from the ceiling. The kitten plates rattled on the walls. What are you doing? Umbridge's voice had gone shrill. Stop it at once. Whatever dark magic this is, Harry couldn't stop it. He wasn't doing anything. Something was doing something to him. The blood kept flowing, more than should be possible from cuts on his hand, and it wasn't pooling anymore. It was running in rivulets across the floor, finding the gaps between stones, seeping down into the foundations. Harry watched it go with a dreamer's detachment, distantly aware that this should terrify him, that he should probably be panicking. The blood reached the walls. Climbed them, defying gravity, tracing patterns in the ancient stones that he almost recognized, that looked almost like, the lights went out. Not just the lamps in Umbridge's office. Harry could feel it, every torch in Hogwarts guttering simultaneously, every magical light source flickering and dying. The castle plunged into absolute darkness. And in that darkness, something woke up. Harry fell. Not physically, his body stayed upright, he thought, or maybe it collapsed, he couldn't tell anymore, but some essential part of him plummeted downward through layers of stone and earth and time. He fell through the castle's bones, through foundations laid 1,000 years ago, through bedrock older than human memory, down and down until he reached something that was not a bottom but a source. 7 lines of light in the darkness. They stretched out in all directions, impossibly vast, pulsing with colors he had no names for. They were power, raw, primordial, the magic that existed before wands, before words, before humans learned to shape the world with will. The ley lines of Britain, and this was their heart, their nexus, the place where they all converged. And Hogwarts sat upon them like a crown. Harry understood, in that instant, what the castle truly was. Not just a school. Not just a building. It was a lock, a key, a focus, a prison, layer upon layer of purpose built into every stone, every ward, every seemingly arbitrary staircase. The founders hadn't just built a school. They'd built something far more complex, and somehow, impossibly, it had been forgotten. You found us. The thought wasn't his. It came from everywhere and nowhere, from the ley lines themselves, from the accumulated consciousness of 1,000 years of magic flowing through these channels. We've been waiting. For what? Harry's voice didn't work down here, he had no body to speak with, but the question formed itself anyway. For someone who would bleed for others without being asked. For someone who carries death in their scar but chooses life. For someone the castle's heart recognizes as its own. For a warden. Images flooded through him. For figures standing on a hill, arguing passionately about what to build. Rowena's crystalline logic. Helga's warm practicality. Godric's fierce protectiveness. Salazar's cunning foresight. They hadn't agreed on much, but they'd agreed on this: the ley lines were too powerful, too dangerous to leave unguarded. They would build a fortress around the nexus, train guardians, ensure that the concentrated magic would never fall into the wrong hands. And beneath the nexus, far, far below where even the founders had dared to build, something else waited. Something that had been there first. Something they had to seal away, bind with chains of living magic, imprison in a cage of woven ley lines. The first warden died sealing him. We have not had another since. Harry saw her, then, a woman with dark skin and eyes like thunderclouds, sacrificing herself to reinforce bindings that the four couldn't complete alone. Her name was Morwenna, and she had loved this place more than life, had poured herself into the stones until nothing remained but purpose. We remember her. We remember them all. Now we will remember you. I don't understand, Harry thought. I'm nobody. I'm a student. You are a child who stood before a basilisk to save someone else's sister. You are a boy who went into the graveyard and came out carrying a body rather than leaving it behind. You are the one who wrote the same lie 100 times rather than speak a false truth. You are exactly what we need. The ley lines surged, and Harry screamed without a voice as power poured into him, not given, not taken, but shared. He became a conduit, a vessel, a bridge between the raw magic of the earth and the structured magic of the castle. He felt Hogwarts spread out above him like a map drawn in fire, every room, every corridor, every secret passage. He felt the students sleeping in their dormitories, the professors in their quarters, the ghosts drifting through walls. He felt the wards that protected them, ancient and strong, but worn at the edges, weakened in ways no one had noticed. And far below, deeper than the ley lines, deeper than the foundations, he felt something else. A presence. Vast. Patient. Hungry. It stirred at his attention, something that had been sleeping for centuries recognizing a new piece on the board. Harry felt its awareness brush against his, alien and terrible and oddly, heartbreakingly lonely. Yes, the ley lines whispered. Him. He is why we need you. He is why we have waited. The cage is cracking, child. The prisoner wakes. And if he breaks free, everything above will burn. Harry opened his eyes to white. The hospital wing ceiling swam into focus slowly, stone arches giving way to morning light streaming through tall windows. His mouth tasted like copper and ash. Every inch of his body ached with the specific tenderness of magical exhaustion. 3 days, a voice was saying. 3 days without any explanation. I've never seen anything like it. Madame Pomfrey. And another voice, deeper, more measured, the diagnostic spells show nothing wrong. Dumbledore. Harry kept his eyes mostly closed, watching through his lashes. The Medowitch was gesturing emphatically at a floating chart covered in runes that meant nothing to him. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Headmaster, his magical core has completely restructured itself. The pathways are. I don't even have words for what they are. It's as if someone rebuilt him from the inside out. His magic now flows in patterns I've never seen documented anywhere. And yet he breathes. His heart beats. He will wake. He should have woken already. By every measure I know, he should be fine. Better than fine, actually, his old injuries are healing at an unprecedented rate. That scar on his forehead seems quieter, somehow. But he simply won't wake up. Harry considered continuing the pretense, but something in Dumbledore's tone made him reconsider. The old man sounded worried, genuinely worried, and lying in bed for another few hours seemed pointless when he had so much to figure out. He groaned, shifting on the pillow, and felt their attention snap to him. Harry. Dumbledore's face appeared in his field of vision, those bright blue eyes sharp with concern. Harry, can you hear me? Professor. His voice came out as a croak. Water? Madame Pomfrey bustled over with a glass, helping him sit up enough to drink. The water was cool, soothing, and Harry became suddenly aware of the castle around him in a way he never had been before, not just aware of it, but connected to it, feeling the flow of magic through its stones like blood through veins. What happened, my boy? Dumbledore asked gently. The last thing anyone knows, you were in detention with Professor Umbridge. We found you in her office, unconscious, covered in blood. She claims you attacked her. I didn't. The denial was automatic, but Harry's mind was racing. How much did they know? How much should he tell them? The ley lines hummed in his awareness, not giving instructions exactly, but conveying a sense of caution. I was writing lines. And then. He paused, gathering his thoughts, trying to separate what had really happened from what he could safely say. Something went wrong. I felt dizzy. The lights went out. All true, technically. After that, I don't remember anything until now. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, and Harry had the uncomfortable sense that those twinkling eyes saw more than he wanted them to. But the old man simply nodded. The castle experienced a magical surge that night. Several portraits reported unusual phenomena, lights flickering, doors opening on their own, paintings temporarily losing animation. The surge seems to have centered on the 5th floor corridor, near Professor Umbridge's office. Dumbledore paused. Near you. I don't know what caused it, Harry said, and that was true too. He hadn't caused it, exactly. He'd just been the catalyst. Rest now, Dumbledore said, rising. We'll speak more when you're recovered. Professor Umbridge has been asked to suspend detentions for the time being while we investigate what occurred. She won't like that. No, Dumbledore agreed, a hint of something hard in his voice. She will not. But the safety of students takes precedence over disciplinary measures, regardless of ministry opinion. He swept out, leaving Harry with Madame Pomfrey's clucking concern and 100 questions burning in his mind. Hermione arrived within the hour, Ron trailing behind her with a basket of food from the kitchens. They'd barely made it through the door before Hermione was at his bedside, eyes red-rimmed, hands clutching his arm with desperate strength. 3 days, she said, voice cracking. 3 days, Harry. No one would tell us anything. Umbridge was walking around with this horrible smug expression, and Dumbledore wouldn't see us, and we couldn't even get in here because Madame Pomfrey said, "I'm fine," Harry said, covering her hand with his. "Whatever happened, I'm fine now." "You don't look fine." Ron set the basket down, frowning at Harry's face. "You look like you've been running for days. There are circles under your eyes that go down to your chin." "Thanks for the confidence boost." "What happened?" Hermione demanded. "What really happened?" "Because Umbridge is telling everyone you attacked her with dark magic, and I know that's ridiculous, but something happened in that office, Harry." The entire castle went dark for 3 full minutes. There were students trapped in staircases that had stopped moving. The suits of armor started marching around the entrance hall. Professor Flitwick had to talk the front doors into staying on their hinges. Harry looked between his 2 best friends, Hermione's fear poorly hidden beneath her need for answers, Ron's worry masked as casual irritation, and felt something shift in his chest. They deserved the truth. They'd always stood by him, even when standing by him was dangerous, stupid, or both. But the truth would put them in danger. Worse than that, the truth would make them targets for forces they couldn't even comprehend yet. "I honestly don't know," he said, hating the lie even as he spoke it. "Something happened with the blood quill. It felt like something inside me broke. Or maybe opened. And then I woke up here." Hermione's eyes narrowed. She knew him too well, could read his evasions like text in a book. But she didn't push. "Not yet." "Your hand looks better," she said instead, pulling back to examine the scarred flesh. "The words are fading." Harry looked down. She was right, "I must not tell lies" was still visible, but fainter now, silvery lines instead of angry red. The ley lines doing, he suspected. They were healing him, remaking him, integrating him into something larger than himself. "Madame Pomfrey's been working on it," he lied. Ron snorted. "Bet Umbridge is furious. All that effort to mark you up permanent, and the evidence is disappearing." "She won't stop," Hermione said quietly. "You know that, right? Whatever happened, it won't make her stop. If anything, it'll make her more determined." Harry felt the castle's awareness pulse in agreement. Somewhere on the 5th floor, Dolores Umbridge sat in her office, wand in hand, staring at the ancient stones with new wariness in her eyes. He could feel her fear, her hatred, her determination to crush whatever threat Harry now represented. She was right to be afraid. "Let her come," Harry said, and something in his voice made both his friends look at him sharply. "I'm not going to be her victim anymore." He was released from the hospital wing that evening, over Madame Pomfrey's objections. The ley lines pulsed beneath his feet as he walked the familiar corridors, and he found himself hyper-aware of every detail, the way the stones fit together, the flow of magic through the ancient wards, the distant presence of every soul in the castle. It should have been overwhelming. Instead, it felt like coming home. The Gryffindor common room fell silent when he entered. Every eye turned toward him, and Harry felt their attention like pressure against his skin. The rumors had been flying, clearly. Attacked a professor with dark magic. Some kind of seizure. Death Eaters got to him somehow. He's finally cracked under the pressure. Harry. Neville stood from his armchair by the fire, crossing the room with none of the clumsiness that usually characterized his movements. "You're all right." "I'm fine, Nevada." "You don't look fine." "You look." Neville paused, studying Harry's face with unusual intensity. "Different." Whispers rippled through the common room. Harry felt a flare of irritation. He was so tired of being stared at, talked about, dissected by people who didn't know anything, and the fire in the grate surged in response, flames leaping higher for a moment before settling. Several people gasped. Harry carefully didn't react. "It's been a long few days," he said, keeping his voice even. "I'm going to get some rest." He climbed the stairs to the fifth-year dormitory, leaving the whispers behind him. The room was empty. Ron wouldn't come up for hours yet, and Dean, Seamus, and Neville had apparently found reasons to stay downstairs. Harry sat on his bed and let out a long breath. The castle's presence wrapped around him, warm and reassuring. "You're handling this well," the ley lines seemed to say. "Better than the last one." He panicked for the first month. "The last one?" Harry asked aloud, too tired to care if anyone heard him talking to thin air. Images filtered through, a young man in medieval clothing, trembling as power flooded through him. Morwenna's heir, the first and only warden after her death, chosen during a plague that swept through the school in 1347. He had lasted 18 months before the burden broke him. The ley lines had mourned him for decades. "We were more careful this time. We waited longer. Chose better." "I'm not sure I'm what you'd call a good choice," Harry muttered. "There are people trying to kill me. The ministry thinks I'm a liar or a lunatic. Voldemort's connected to my mind through this scar." "Yes. We know. That connection is part of why we chose you." Harry went cold. "What do you mean?" "The prisoner below, he is not the only threat. The Dark Lord you fear is attempting to bind himself to forces he doesn't understand. He seeks immortality through the fracturing of his soul. If he succeeds in establishing a foothold in the Nexus, we needed someone who could sense him coming. Someone he wouldn't expect." Harry closed his eyes, processing this. So he'd been chosen partly because Voldemort had tried to kill him. Because the Horcrux in his scar gave him a connection to the very enemy the ley lines feared would try to exploit them. "Brilliant," he said. "Using Voldemort's own weapon against him. Whose idea was that?" "The castle learns. Adapts. It has watched magical Britain for 1,000 years. It recognized patterns. And what if I can't do what you need? What if I'm not strong enough?" The ley line's response was gentle, but implacable. "Then everything burns. No pressure." Harry laughed despite himself, the sound slightly hysterical. "No pressure. Right." He lay back on his bed, staring at the crimson canopy above him. Somewhere far below, the Hollow King stirred in his prison, chains weakening, hunger growing. Above, a dark wizard plotted his return to power, unaware that his enemy had just become something far more dangerous than a teenage boy. And in a pink office on the 5th floor, a woman dreamed of new ways to hurt him. Harry closed his eyes and let the castle's awareness spread through him like warm water, feeling every stone, every ward, every flickering torch. He didn't sleep. He didn't think he needed to anymore, not the way he used to. Instead, he drifted in a state between waking and dreaming, and the ley lines showed him things. 3 o'clock in the morning. The castle slept around him, but Harry's awareness ranged far and wide, exploring the new dimensions of his perception. He found the ghosts first, drifting through walls, following patterns established over centuries, most of them unaware that anything had changed. But nearly headless Nick paused in the middle of a corridor on the 3rd floor, his translucent head tilting as if listening to a sound only he could hear. "Interesting," Nick murmured to himself. "Most interesting indeed." Then he continued on his way, but Harry caught the ghost's quick, nervous glance toward the ceiling, as if he could sense someone watching. The portraits were less subtle. In the lower reaches of the castle, a painting of a medieval wizard snapped awake, eyes wide. "A warden," he breathed. "After all this time. I must tell the others." Within an hour, every painted figure in Hogwarts was buzzing with whispered conversations. Some were excited. Some were terrified. A few, mostly in the dungeons, were calculating. Harry let them talk. He was more interested in the living inhabitants of the castle. Snape sat in his quarters, not sleeping either, a glass of fire whiskey in his hand. He was staring at the wall with the expression of a man haunted by memories, and Harry almost felt a flicker of sympathy before remembering every cruel word, every unfair punishment, every moment Snape had used his authority to make Harry's life worse. Still, there was something deeply sad about the man, something broken that Harry hadn't let himself see before. Dumbledore was in his office, pacing. The headmaster hadn't slept since Harry had woken up. Harry could feel his weariness, the weight of decades pressing down on those aged shoulders. On the desk, a silver instrument was spinning and emitting tiny puffs of smoke that Dumbledore kept examining with increasing concern. "He knows something happened," the ley lines whispered. "But he doesn't know what. His instruments can sense the shift, but not its nature. Will he figure it out? Perhaps. Eventually. Albus Dumbledore is more clever than most." But the warden's existence was a secret kept even from headmasters after the 3rd century. He would have to dig very deep to find the truth. McGonagall was sleeping, but fitfully, her dreams troubled by images she wouldn't remember come morning, a castle made of light, a boy wreathed in power, darkness rising from below. The castle itself was trying to tell her something, Harry realized. Warning her. Preparing her. He found the Gryffindor dormitories, saw Ron sprawled across his bed snoring, Dean muttering in his sleep about Quidditch. Hermione's room was beyond his perception. The girls' dormitory had protections he didn't want to test, but he could sense her, awake, probably reading by wandlight, probably researching every obscure magical phenomenon that might explain what had happened to him. And in a certain first-floor corridor, near the entrance to a certain underground chamber, a certain door that had been locked for 3 years hummed with new energy. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry sat up in bed, suddenly alert. The ley lines had shown him the chamber in his visions, Slytherin's true purpose, not to house a monster, but to guard the deepest intersection of power. The basilisk had been a guardian, not a weapon. A last defense against anyone who might breach the lower levels. A defense Harry had killed in his 2nd year. "You did what was necessary," the ley lines assured him. The beast was corrupted by the fragment of soul in the diary. It had forgotten its purpose. You freed it from a slavery it could not escape on its own. Small comfort. Harry pushed the thought aside and focused on the chamber itself. The entrance in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was still sealed, he could feel the Parseltongue wards intact and waiting. But there was something else now, something he hadn't sensed before. A second entrance. It was in the foundations, below even the dungeons, accessible only through the ley lines themselves. And now that Harry was connected to those lines, the path opened before him like a door swinging wide. He could go there. Right now. He could descend into the depths and see for himself what the Founders had built, what they had imprisoned, what slept in the darkness waiting to wake. The temptation was almost overwhelming. "Not yet," the ley lines counseled. "You are not ready. The prisoner would sense your approach. You need to understand your power before you face him." "How do I learn?" "Practice. Experimentation. We will guide you, but the understanding must be your own." Harry nodded slowly and lay back down. Tomorrow, then. Tomorrow he would begin. Morning brought a new challenge, acting normal. The great hall buzzed with conversation when Harry entered for breakfast, and he felt every eye turned toward him. The staff table was particularly interested. McGonagall's gaze was sharp with concern, Snape's with suspicion, Umbridge's with barely contained fury. Dumbledore was notably absent. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table, sat between Ron and Hermione, and reached for toast as if nothing had changed. The ley lines pulsed beneath his feet, and he could feel the structural enchantments woven into the hall's ceiling, the subtle magic that made the candles float, the ancient protections worked into the very stones. "You look better," Hermione said carefully. "Did you sleep?" "Some." "Not a lie, exactly." "He'd rested, at least." "There's a rumor going around that you set fire to Umbridge's office," Ron said through a mouthful of eggs. "I assume that's rubbish." "Complete rubbish." Harry spread marmalade on his toast. "The fire was already there when I lost consciousness." "So something did happen with fire?" "I didn't say that." Ron and Hermione exchanged looks. Harry pretended not to notice. The Morning Post arrived in a storm of wings, and Harry watched the owls swirl beneath the enchanted ceiling. A letter dropped in front of him, ordinary parchment, no distinguishing marks. He didn't recognize the handwriting. "Mr. Potter, I know what you are now. We need to talk. The library. 3rd floor. Midnight tonight." A friend. Harry folded the letter and slipped it into his pocket. The ley lines had tracked the owl's path backward, identifying the sender as a student currently in the Slytherin dormitory. Female. 5th year. Daphne Greengrass. "What was that?" Hermione asked. "Nothing important." She clearly didn't believe him, but a new commotion at the staff table drew everyone's attention. Umbridge was standing, her pink cardigan bright against the grey morning, her face arranged in that terrible sweet smile that promised pain. "Attention, students." Her voice carried magically, silencing conversation. "I have an announcement regarding recent events." Harry felt his jaw tighten. "As many of you know, there was an incident earlier this week involving a student and some form of dark magical discharge. The Ministry is naturally concerned about the safety of everyone in this school." Her eyes found Harry, and her smile widened. "Therefore, I have been granted emergency powers to ensure that such dangerous events do not occur again." Murmurs rippled through the hall. "Effective immediately, the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement will be conducting interviews with all students in the affected year group. Additionally, any student displaying unusual magical abilities or behaviors is to be reported to my office immediately." She paused. "This is for your own protection, of course. We must all work together to maintain a safe and proper learning environment." She sat down, still smiling, and Harry felt the castle shudder around him with something very like anger. "She dares," the ley lines whispered. "In our halls. She dares to hunt our warden." "Easy," Harry murmured under his breath. "Not yet." "Did you say something?" Ron asked. "Just thinking out loud." The morning meal continued, but the atmosphere had changed. Students were glancing around nervously, wondering who might be reported, who might be next. Fear hung in the air like smoke. This was what Umbridge wanted, Harry realized. Not just control, terror. She wanted people too scared to think, too paranoid to resist. Well, she'd picked the wrong moment to push. Classes that day were an exercise in restraint. Harry sat through Transfiguration watching McGonagall demonstrate vanishing spells, and he could see what she was doing, the way she folded reality around the objects, tucking them into a space between spaces. He could feel the underlying principles, the deep grammar of magic that no textbook had ever adequately explained. When his turn came, he vanished his iguana on the first try. Not just vanished, unraveled it at the molecular level, removed every trace from the physical world with an efficiency that made McGonagall's eyes widen. "Excellent, Mr. Potter," she said slowly. "That was exceptionally well done." "Thank you, Professor." He could feel her suspicion, her concern, the questions she wanted to ask but couldn't articulate. She'd been having strange dreams, he knew. The castle was trying to tell her something. But she wasn't ready to listen yet. Charms was worse. Flitwick had them practicing summoning charms, and Harry's magic responded with embarrassing enthusiasm. The pillow he was meant to summon zoomed toward him so fast it left a wind wake, and when he dismissed it with a thought, not a spell, just intention, it flew back to its starting position before anyone could comment. "A bit eager today, Mr. Potter?" Flitwick squeaked, eyebrows raised. "Sorry, Professor." Still feeling strange from the hospital wing. The little professor nodded, but his eyes were thoughtful. Flitwick, Harry remembered, had been a dueling champion. He knew what magical power felt like. He had to sense that something was different. Defense against the dark arts was the real test. Umbridge watched Harry from the moment he entered the classroom, her quill poised over a notepad, her smile fixed and poisonous. The ley lines hummed in warning as Harry took his seat, and he had to consciously suppress the urge to seal her into her chair with solid stone. "Today's reading covers the theory of defensive stances," Umbridge said, not looking away from Harry. "No wands will be necessary. As always." Hermione's hand went up. "Professor, when will we be practicing actual defensive magic?" "The OWL examinations. Theory is the foundation of all practice, Miss Granger. If you have concerns about the curriculum, I suggest you take them up with the ministry." The class settled into sullen silence, textbooks open, quills scratching. Harry stared at the pages without reading them, his awareness focused on Umbridge's desk. She kept glancing at him, making notes, her satisfaction barely concealed. She had something planned. He could feel it in her anticipation, the sharp edge of her thoughts. An interview with law enforcement, probably. Or something worse. The blood quill sat in a drawer, cleaned and ready. Harry smiled, and Umbridge's quill paused. Something in his expression must have shown, because for just a moment, her certainty flickered. She should be afraid, Harry thought. She really, really should. The day crawled toward midnight. Harry spent the evening in the common room, playing chess with Ron while Hermione researched at a nearby table. The fire crackled in the grate, casting warm light over the familiar scene, and he tried to feel normal, to remember what it had been like before the bonding. He couldn't quite manage it. Every conversation around him was audible. Every heartbeat was a whisper at the edge of perception. He could feel the wards adjusting as curfew approached, the castle settling into its nighttime configuration, the ghosts emerging for their evening wanderings. "You're distracted," Ron said, capturing Harry's bishop. "That's the third piece you've basically given me." "Sorry. Lot on my mind." "Want to talk about it?" Harry looked at his friend, Ron's freckled face open and concerned, his eyes showing none of the jealousy or suspicion that had plagued their friendship in the past. Whatever else had happened this year, Ron had decided to stand by him, and that decision hadn't wavered. "Maybe later," Harry said. "Right now, I need to figure some things out on my own." Ron nodded, not pushing. "I'm here when you're ready." "I know." Harry moved his knight into a terrible position. "And thanks." At 11:30, he made his excuses and headed up to the dormitory. The other boys were already asleep, genuine sleep, not pretense, and Harry waited until the castle's awareness confirmed no one was watching before slipping out of bed. The invisibility cloak flowed over his shoulders, and he paused. Did he even need it anymore? He could feel every person in the castle, could probably avoid them easily enough without magical concealment. But old habits died hard, and the cloak had been his father's. He kept it on. The library at midnight was a different creature than it was during the day. Moonlight streamed through tall windows, casting silver patterns on the floor. The books seemed to breathe in the darkness, ancient tomes shifting on their shelves, whispers of accumulated knowledge drifting through the stacks. Daphne Greengrass was waiting near the restricted section, her blonde hair pale in the moonlight, her posture carefully casual. She wasn't alone, but the figure beside her was translucent, a ghost Harry didn't immediately recognize. He let the cloak fall and stepped into view. "Potter." Daphne's voice was even, controlled. "You came. Your letter was cryptic enough to be interesting. Harry moved closer, studying the ghost. Male, medieval dress, a silver chain around his neck. Who's your friend? Sir Aldrich of Wyndham, the ghost said, bowing. I have not manifested in 7 centuries, young warden. But these are unusual times. Harry's eyes narrowed. You know what I am. I was present when the first warden was chosen. I watched Lady Morwenna give her life to seal the prison. I have waited, as all who know have waited, for the ley lines to find another worthy of the bond. Aldrich's translucent face was solemn. We had almost given up hope. Daphne cut in before Harry could respond. My grandmother was a greengrass, Potter. Our family has known about the ley lines for centuries. We were minor guardians once, tasked with watching for signs that the Nexus had chosen again. When the castle shook 3 days ago, Gran sent me an owl. She told me to find you. To help you, if I could. Help me how? By telling you what you're facing. What's really at stake? Daphne glanced at the ghost. Sir Aldrich knows things that even my family has forgotten. About the prisoner. About what happens if he escapes. Harry felt the ley lines pulse in confirmation. This was real, then. Not a trap, not a trick, genuine allies, or at least genuine informants. All right, he said. Tell me. They talked until nearly dawn. Sir Aldrich had been a minor lord in the service of Godric Gryffindor, present when the founders first discovered the ley line nexus and realized its danger. He had watched them debate for months about what to do. Some wanted to leave the site alone, others to drain the power, still others to harness it for their own purposes. In the end, they'd compromised, a school, to train witches and wizards who could protect the nexus. And more importantly, a prison, to contain the entity they found waiting below. The Hollow King, Aldrich said, his ghostly voice heavy with old horror. That was the name he chose for himself, after his transformation. Before, he was simply Aldrich Mordaunt. Harry started. Aldrich? The same as you? My great-uncle, as it happens. The ghost's smile was bitter. He was the greatest wizard of his age. Brilliant, ambitious, terrified of death. He found the ley lines before Hogwarts existed, before the founders were born. He tried to bond with them directly, without the safeguards the castle would later provide. And it killed him. Worse. It made him something that cannot die but cannot truly live. He became a creature of pure magical will, sustained by the ley lines themselves, but severed from everything that made him human. For 1,000 years, he has existed in the depths, dreaming of escape, slowly poisoning the very power that sustains him. Daphne picked up the thread. My family's records say the bindings weaken over time. Every century, they have to be reinforced. But the last warden died 600 years ago, and since then, there's been no one to perform the renewal rituals. The prison is cracking. And if it breaks? Sir Aldrich's form flickered. The Hollow King was once a man who feared death more than anything. Now he is something that cannot die, but also cannot feel, cannot connect, cannot love or hate or hope. He exists in perfect isolation, and the loneliness has driven him quite mad. If he breaks free, he will try to make others like himself. He believes that if he can create other beings of pure magical will, he will finally have companions who understand him. The ghost's voice dropped. He is wrong. All he will create is more monsters. And the process of transformation requires the death of everything human in the subject. He'll kill everyone he tries to save, Harry said. He'll kill everything. The transformation requires massive amounts of magical energy, more than any single being can provide. If he escapes the prison, he will drain the ley lines dry. Hogwarts will collapse. The magical surge will devastate Britain. And the Hollow King will still be alone, surrounded by the corpses of those he tried to make into gods. Silence fell. Harry stared at the ghost, processing the horror of what he'd just heard. "Why tell me this?" he asked finally. "What do you want from me?" Daphne stepped forward. "I want to help. My family's duty has always been to assist the warden. We were never strong enough to bond with the ley lines ourselves, but we've accumulated knowledge over centuries. Rituals, histories, techniques that might help you strengthen the bindings. And in return..." Her chin lifted. "The Greengrass family has been declining for generations. Our wealth is nearly gone, our political influence reduced to memory. If I help you save Hogwarts, save Britain, I want your support when it matters. Nothing unreasonable. Nothing dark. Just acknowledgement. Recognition of what we sacrificed to keep this secret." Harry studied her. She was beautiful, he noticed, in a cold way, ice-blonde hair, features like carved marble, eyes the color of winter sky. But there was something else beneath the surface, a warmth carefully hidden behind Slytherin pragmatism. "Why should I trust you?" "You shouldn't. Not yet." Daphne's smile was thin. "But you need information, and I have it. Consider this a trial. I'll prove myself, and you'll decide if I'm worth trusting." "And Sir Aldrich?" The ghost bowed again. "I am bound to this castle, young warden. I cannot leave, cannot betray its secrets to those who would harm it. But I can advise you, if you will accept my counsel." Harry felt the ley lines pulse in something like approval. They didn't control his decisions, that had been made clear, but they could offer guidance. And they seemed to consider both Daphne and Aldrich trustworthy. "All right," he said. "We'll try this. But understand something, I'm not a politician. I don't play games. If you lie to me, if you try to manipulate me, I'll know. The castle will tell me. I would expect nothing less." Daphne extended her hand. "Partners, then." "For now." Harry shook it. Her grip was firm, her skin cool and smooth. "For now." Dawn found Harry on the astronomy tower, watching the sun rise over the Scottish Highlands. The view was spectacular, rolling hills carpeted with heather, the dark waters of the Black Lake glittering with morning light, the forbidden forest a green mystery on the horizon. Below him, Hogwarts spread out like a living map, every tower and turret familiar from years of exploration. But he saw it differently now. The castle's structure wasn't random, wasn't the product of successive generations adding whatever they felt like. Every wing, every corridor, every seemingly pointless staircase, all of it served a purpose. The architecture channeled magical energy along specific paths, reinforcing the wards, feeding power to the prison below, keeping the Hollow King contained. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. And now it was his responsibility. Quite a view. Harry turned. Dumbledore stood at the top of the stairs, his silver beard stirring in the morning breeze, his eyes kind but searching. "Headmaster. I have noticed, Harry, that you seem to have developed a new appreciation for our castle." Dumbledore moved to stand beside him at the railing. "The paintings have been whispering. The ghosts are unusually active. Even the gargoyles seem to be paying closer attention than usual." "I've been through a lot recently," Harry said carefully. "Maybe it's changed my perspective." Dumbledore was silent for a moment, gazing out at the sunrise. "When I was a young man, far younger than I am now, I believed that power was the key to everything. That if I could just become strong enough, I could fix all the world's problems." He turned to look at Harry. "I was wrong, of course. Power without wisdom is merely destruction waiting to happen. But wisdom without power is just awareness of problems you cannot solve." His eyes twinkled. "The trick is to balance both. Is there a point to this, Professor?" "Only this: whatever has happened to you, Harry, whatever you have become, you are not alone. There are those of us who have carried impossible burdens before. We survived them, more or less intact. If you ever need to talk." "Thank you." Harry meant it, despite everything. But some things I need to figure out for myself. Yes, Dumbledore agreed. You do. He smiled slightly. Just remember that asking for help is not a weakness. Even the strongest fortress needs allies to defend it. He left Harry alone on the tower, and the ley lines hummed with something that might have been approval. The first week after his awakening passed in a strange rhythm. During the day, Harry attended classes, pretending to struggle with spells he could now perform effortlessly. He sat through Umbridge's lectures, feeling her hatred like a physical force, knowing that she was plotting something and not yet caring enough to find out what. He ate meals with Ron and Hermione, answering their questions with half-truths that grew easier with practice. At night, he trained. The room of requirement became his sanctuary. Whatever he needed, it provided: spaces to practice his expanding powers, books on ancient magic that the restricted section had never contained, training dummies that could actually threaten him. He pushed himself to exhaustion night after night, learning the limits of his abilities. He could reshape the castle's architecture at will, within certain constraints. Creating new rooms required energy, destroying existing ones was nearly impossible. The castle resisted changes that would weaken its structure, and Harry had to learn to work with it rather than against it. He could sense everything within the grounds, but the detail faded with distance. In the castle itself, he could identify individuals by their magical signatures. Near the boundaries, he could only sense presences, something approaching, something leaving. Beyond the grounds, he was blind. He could draw enormous amounts of power from the ley lines, but the more he drew, the more he felt the Hollow King's attention. It was like swimming in an ocean and sensing a shark circling below. The movement attracted notice. He learned to skim rather than dive, to take only what he needed. And he could feel the prison weakening. It was subtle, a crack here, a fissure there, ancient bindings fraying around the edges. Nothing would fail immediately. But the decay was accelerating, and without intervention, the Hollow King would break free within the year. Harry had less time than he'd thought. 9 days after his awakening, Umbridge made her move. Harry was in the common room after dinner when the portraits suddenly went silent. Every painted figure turned toward the entrance, their expressions shifting from gossip to alarm. Potter. The fat lady's voice was strained. She's coming. With horrors. Harry stood. The ley lines confirmed it. Umbridge and 4 red-robed figures were ascending the stairs to Gryffindor Tower. They carried chains enchanted to suppress magic. Harry. Hermione looked up from her essay. What's wrong? Get behind me. The common room was crowded, 20 students at least, plus Ron and Hermione closest to him. If this turned into a fight, people could get hurt. But it wouldn't come to that. Harry wouldn't let it. The portrait swung open. Mr. Potter. Umbridge stood in the entrance, flanked by her aurors, her smile triumphant. You are hereby placed under arrest by order of the Minister of Magic. The charges are assault on a ministry official, possession of dark magical abilities, and endangerment of the student body. You will come with us quietly, or force will be used. Harry didn't move. He couldn't feel the ley lines surge beneath his feet. No, that wasn't right. He was keeping them steady, holding the castle's anger in check with an effort of will. On what evidence? He asked. The evidence is clear. Your miraculous recovery from injuries that should have killed you. The magical surge that disrupted the entire castle. The testimony of myself and other witnesses that you displayed dark powers during your detention. Testimony of yourself, Harry repeated. So you're the victim and the witness. Convenient. Enough talk. Umbridge gestured to the aurors. Take him. They moved forward, chains raised, and the floor rippled. Not dramatically. Not violently. Just, shifted. The stones beneath the aurors' feet tilted slightly, throwing off their balance. The chains slipped from their grips, falling to the ground with a clatter. Umbridge's face went white. What? Harry walked toward her, and the castle moved with him. The walls seemed to lean inward, the ceiling to press down. The firelight flickered, shadows stretching into impossible shapes. "You came into this castle," Harry said, his voice quiet, resonant, "to arrest a student on charges you invented. You tortured that student with a blood quill for weeks, leaving scars that the evidence of still fading from his hand. You used a restricted artifact on a minor without guardian consent. The Aurors were backing away now, their training warring with primal fear." Umbridge stood frozen, her wand raised but motionless. "The castle," Harry continued, "does not appreciate your presence." The door behind Umbridge slammed open. Not outward, inward, toward her, forcing her to stumble into the common room. The stairs beyond had rearranged themselves, forming a straight shot to the entrance hall rather than the winding path the Aurors had climbed. "Leave now. Tell Fudge that Hogwarts does not answer to the Ministry. Tell him that any further attempts to arrest its students will be met with resistance." Harry smiled, and the expression felt strange on his face. "And tell him that if he sends you here again, Dolores, I will personally ensure that you never find your way out." Umbridge opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. For a moment, Harry thought she might actually attack, might force him to respond with real power. But she was a coward at heart. She recognized the threat, assessed her chances, and made the pragmatic choice. "This isn't over, Potter," she hissed. "No," Harry agreed. "It isn't." She fled, the Aurors following, and the common room erupted in chaos. The aftermath was complicated. Ron and Hermione pulled Harry aside, demanding explanations that he couldn't entirely give. The other Gryffindors stared at him with expressions ranging from awe to fear. Messages flew through the castle, paintings spreading the news, ghosts appearing to offer congratulations or warnings. And in his office, Dumbledore sat very still for a very long time, staring at the spinning silver instrument on his desk. Harry felt the headmaster's attention turn toward the castle's foundations, probing, questioning. For a moment, he thought Dumbledore might actually find the truth, might sense the ley lines, might understand what Harry had become. But the old wizard was looking in the wrong direction. He was searching for dark magic, for some curse or possession that could explain Harry's behavior. He wasn't looking for something older, something that predated dark and light entirely. Eventually, Dumbledore sighed and turned away. A problem for another day. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. Midnight found him on the astronomy tower again, the wind cold against his face, the stars brilliant overhead. The castle hummed beneath his feet, alive and aware and grateful. He had protected its students, and it recognized the service. The ley lines pulsed with warm approval. But Harry felt no triumph. Only weight. Somewhere below, the Hollow King stirred in his prison, amused by the young warden's display of power. Impressive, the ancient being seemed to say. But ultimately meaningless. You cannot stop what is coming. You can only delay it. Come down and talk to me, little god. I have so much to teach you. Harry closed his eyes and shut out the voice. Not yet. Not until he was ready. Not until he understood what he was truly capable of. The stars wheeled overhead, ancient and indifferent, and Harry Potter, boy who lived, warden of Hogwarts, child with the weight of worlds on his shoulders, began to plan his next move. There was so much to do. So many allies to gather. So many enemies to face. But first, he needed to understand the castle itself. Every secret, every passage, every hidden truth. The ley lines had chosen him. Now he had to prove them right. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of coming snow, and somewhere in the depths, something ancient laughed. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Warden's Wake. The castle rearranged itself for Harry. He noticed it first on the morning after Umbridge's failed arrest. Stairs that had always spiraled left now curved right, depositing him directly outside the Great Hall instead of 3 corridors away. A door he'd never seen before appeared in the Gryffindor common room wall, leading to a private bathroom that hadn't existed yesterday. The trick step on the grand staircase, the one that had caught his leg 100 times over 4 years, simply wasn't there anymore. Small changes. Courtesies. The castle welcoming its new warden. Harry descended to breakfast through passages that seemed to open just for him, walls sliding aside to reveal shortcuts, portraits nodding respectfully as he passed. The painted figures had been whispering since his confrontation with Umbridge, and now their whispers followed him like a tide. The warden walks. After so long. Does he know? Does he understand? Harry understood enough to be terrified. But terror was a luxury he couldn't afford, so he pushed it down and kept moving. The great hall fell quiet when he entered. Every eye turned toward him, students pausing mid-bite, conversations dying, even the enchanted ceiling seeming to hold its breath. Harry felt their attention like pressure against his skin, hundreds of minds trying to process what they'd witnessed the night before. He walked to the Gryffindor table, sat between Ron and Hermione, and reached for the toast. Morning. Ron choked on his pumpkin juice. Hermione just stared. Morning, she repeated. That's all you have to say? After last night? What, an explanation would be nice. How about starting with how you made the castle move? Harry spread butter on his toast with careful precision. The ley lines hummed beneath him, and he could feel the staff table's attention, McGonagall's worry, Flitwick's fascination, Snape's cold calculation. Dumbledore was absent again, probably researching whatever theory he'd developed about Harry's transformation. I didn't make it move, Harry said quietly. I asked. It agreed. Hermione's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Ron looked between them with the expression of someone who'd missed a crucial piece of information. Asked. Hermione's voice had gone very small. Harry, castles don't, buildings can't just. Hogwarts isn't just a building. Harry took a bite of toast, buying time to organize his thoughts. It never was. The founders built it on a place of power, and over the centuries, it's become aware. Not intelligent, exactly. Not like a person. But present. Alive in its own way. And it listens to you now. Something like that. The silence stretched. Around them, the great hall's normal noise was slowly returning, students deciding that whatever drama was unfolding at the Gryffindor table wasn't worth missing breakfast for. But their friends at the near end of the table were still watching, still listening. Neville leaned in from Harry's left. Is that what happened in Umbridge's office? The castle woke up. Harry hesitated. Neville's eyes were sharp, curious, none of the fumbling uncertainty that usually characterized him. Something had changed there too, not as dramatically as Harry's transformation, but a shift nonetheless. As if the castle's awakening had stirred something in other people as well. Something like that, Harry said again. I'll explain more when I can. Right now, I'm still figuring it out myself. But you're okay? Neville pressed. Whatever happened, it didn't hurt you? No. Harry managed a small smile. I'm better than I've been in a long time, actually. It was true. The constant low-grade headache from his scar had faded to almost nothing. His body felt stronger, more responsive, as if someone had tuned an instrument that had always been slightly off-key. Even his glasses seemed less necessary, his vision was sharper, colors more vivid, edges more defined. The ley lines were remaking him, cell by cell, thought by thought. He was becoming something new. The question was, what? The Daily Prophet arrived with the Morning Post, and Harry's fragile peace shattered. Potter attacks Ministry officials. Dark magic suspected in Hogwarts incident. The article was pure poison, Umbridge quoted extensively, anonymous sources describing Harry's terrifying display of power, speculation about dark rituals and possession by you-know-who. Fudge himself had issued a statement expressing grave concern about the safety of students attending school with such a dangerous individual. Harry read it twice, then set the paper aside. This is bad, Hermione said, scanning her own copy. They're building a case against you. Legal groundwork for something bigger. Let them build. Harry's voice was calm, but the ley lines pulsed with something darker. They can't touch me here. Harry, they're the Ministry. They have orders, resources, legal authority, and I have Hogwarts. He met her eyes. I'm not being arrogant, Hermione. I'm stating a fact. As long as I'm within these walls, no one can force me to do anything. The castle won't allow it. That's... She trailed off, clearly wanting to argue but unable to find the words. That's terrifying, Harry. You realize that, don't you? The idea that you're above the law because a building has decided to protect you. I'm not above the law. I'm just, outside their reach. Harry sighed, running a hand through his hair. Look, I know this is strange. I know it's scary. But I didn't ask for this. I was in detention, bleeding onto Umbridge's floor, and something happened. The castle chose me for something, and now I have to figure out what that means. Chose you for what? Harry glanced around. The Great Hall was too crowded, too public. Even with everyone pretending not to listen, he could feel ears straining toward their conversation. Not here, he said. Tonight. Room of requirement. I'll explain everything I know. Classes that day were an exercise in controlled chaos. Word of Harry's confrontation with Umbridge had spread through the school like fiendfire, growing more elaborate with each retelling. By lunchtime, the rumors claimed he'd transformed into a dragon, summoned an army of house elves, or called down lightning from the enchanted ceiling. The truth was stranger, but Harry didn't correct anyone. He sat through Transfiguration watching McGonagall's careful demonstrations, seeing the underlying structure of the magic in ways he never had before. When his turn came to practice the day's spell, transforming a guinea fowl into a guinea pig, he had to deliberately slow himself down, make it look effortful, pretend that magic still required concentration and struggle. It didn't. Not anymore. The transformation happened the moment he willed it, the bird's form flowing into the mammal's with liquid ease. The guinea pig sat on his desk, whiskers twitching, entirely unperturbed. Well done, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, her voice carefully neutral. Though perhaps a bit more attention to the coloring next time. Guinea pigs are rarely quite so iridescent. Harry looked at his creation. She was right, the guinea pig's fur shimmered with subtle colors, catching the light like oil on water. He'd put too much of himself into the spell, left traces of the ley line's energy woven through the transformation. Sorry, Professor. I'll work on it. See that you do. Her eyes met his, and he saw the questions she wasn't asking. My office. After dinner. We should discuss your recent experiences. Yes, Professor. She moved on to the next student, and Harry quietly undid the transformation, returning the guinea fowl to its original state. The bird ruffled its feathers and gave him a reproachful look. Sorry, he murmured. Won't happen again. Charms was worse. Flitwick had them practicing shield charms, and Harry's first attempt produced a barrier so solid that the practice hex bounced off it, ricocheted around the room, and nearly took out a window. The little professor's eyebrows climbed toward his hairline. Excellent power, Mr. Potter. Perhaps, tone it down a bit. Harry spent the rest of the class trying to cast shields that were merely adequate rather than impenetrable. It was harder than casting powerful ones, like trying to whisper when your voice naturally carried across stadiums. The other students gave him a wide berth. He could feel their reactions: fear, awe, suspicion, excitement. Some of them, mostly Gryffindors, seemed almost proud, as if Harry's power reflected well on their house. Others, mostly Slytherins, watched him with calculation, trying to figure out how this new variable affected their own plans. One Slytherin watched with something different. Daphne Greengrass sat 3 rows back, her ice-blonde hair catching the afternoon light, her expression carefully blank. But Harry could feel her attention like a thread connecting them, not hostile, not afraid, but intensely focused. She'd promised to help him. Now he needed to figure out if that promise meant anything. Their eyes met across the classroom. Daphne gave the slightest nod, then looked away. Tonight, the gesture seemed to say. We'll talk tonight. Defense against the dark arts was Umbridge's domain, but Umbridge wasn't there. A harried-looking wizard in ministry robes stood at the front of the classroom, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool autumn air. He introduced himself as Mr. Podmore, temporary replacement, while Professor Umbridge attended to urgent ministry business. Harry knew better. He could feel Umbridge in her office, 3 floors up, surrounded by the cold prickle of protective wards she'd erected around herself. She was afraid to be in the same room as him. Good. The substitute droned through a lecture on theoretical defense that even Hermione found boring. Harry let his attention drift, extending his awareness through the castle. The ley lines showed him everything. First years giggling in the charms corridor, levitating feathers with varying degrees of success. 7th years in the astronomy tower, supposedly studying but mostly snogging. House elves in the kitchens, preparing the evening meal with military precision. Peeves in the trophy room, plotting something that would probably involve slime. And in the dungeons, a conversation that made Harry's attention snap into focus. Must be contained. Snape's voice, cold and urgent. The Dark Lord grows more interested by the day. If he learns what the boy has become, Severus. Dumbledore's tone was gentle but firm. We don't yet know what Harry has become. Until we do, speculation serves no purpose. It serves the purpose of preparation. The boy commanded Hogwarts itself to move on his behalf. That is not normal magic. That is not any magic I've ever encountered. The castle has always had certain responsiveness to those it favors. The staircases move for reasons we don't fully understand. The room of requirement appears for those with genuine need. Perhaps Harry has simply developed a stronger connection to, with respect, Headmaster, you are deluding yourself. Snape's voice was harsh. This goes beyond connection. The boy has become something other than human. And when the Dark Lord discovers this, and he will discover it, there will be consequences none of us can predict. Silence. Harry felt Dumbledore's presence shift, the old wizard's attention turning inward, weighing options. What would you suggest, Severus? Bind the boy. There are rituals, old and dark, that can sever magical connections. If we could cut him off from whatever power source he's tapped, no. The word was quiet but absolute. I will not bind Harry. I will not cripple him out of fear of what he might become. He has suffered enough at the hands of those who should have protected him. Then watch him suffer more when the Dark Lord comes for him. Because make no mistake, this new power will draw Voldemort like a moth to flame. And when he comes, your precious Potter will either become a weapon for our enemies or die refusing. Footsteps. A door opening and closing. Then silence. Harry withdrew his awareness, processing what he'd heard. Snape wanted to bind him. Wanted to strip away his connection to the ley lines and leave him vulnerable again. And Dumbledore had defended him, but didn't understand what was really happening. Neither of them knew about the Hollow King. Neither of them realized that Harry's power wasn't just an asset, it was the only thing standing between the wizarding world and annihilation. He needed allies who understood. Allies who could help him prepare for what was coming. The evening meal passed in a blur of forced conversation and careful pretense. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, answering questions about homework and Quidditch and whether he thought Hagrid would ever return from wherever Dumbledore had sent him. Normal topics. Safe topics. The kind of conversation that didn't acknowledge the elephant in the room, or rather, the god in the castle. At 7 o'clock, Harry excused himself for his meeting with McGonagall. Her office was warm, fire crackling in the grate, tartan decorations lending the space a comfortable, homey feel that belied its occupant's stern reputation. McGonagall sat behind her desk, a cup of tea cooling in front of her, her expression unreadable. "Sit down, Potter." Harry sat. "I'm not going to ask what happened in Professor Umbridge's office," McGonagall began. "It's clear you're not ready to share that information, and I respect your privacy. But I am going to ask you a direct question, and I expect an honest answer." "Yes, Professor." "Are you in danger?" The question hung in the air. Harry considered his answer carefully. "Yes," he said finally. "But not from the things people are worried about." "Explain." "The Ministry thinks I'm dangerous. Voldemort," McGonagall flinched slightly at the name, "thinks I'm an obstacle to be removed. They're both wrong. I'm not a threat to anyone who doesn't threaten this school first." He paused. "But there are other things. Older things. Dangers that no one seems to remember exist." McGonagall studied him for a long moment. "The Founder's secrets." Harry went still. "What do you know about them?" "Less than I should, probably." She sighed, suddenly looking older than her years. "I was educated here. I've taught here for decades. I know this castle has moods, preferences, quirks that go beyond enchantment. But I've always assumed it was simply accumulated magic, centuries of spells layered on top of each other, creating a kind of pseudo-awareness. It's more than that. I'm beginning to realize." She picked up her tea, took a sip, set it down. "When I was a young professor, barely 30, there was an incident. A student was trapped in a collapsing staircase, the stonework gave way, and she fell into a gap between walls that shouldn't have existed. We searched for hours. Search spells couldn't find her. Divination showed nothing. What happened? I was alone in the corridor, late at night, about to give up hope. And I felt something. A presence. A suggestion. I followed it without thinking, through a door I'd never noticed before, down a passage that wasn't on any map. And I found her, the girl, suspended in some kind of stasis field, perfectly preserved, waiting to be rescued." McGonagall's eyes were distant, remembering. "The passage closed behind us as we left. I could never find it again. But I knew, from that moment, that Hogwarts was more than it seemed. That it cared about the people within its walls." "It does care," Harry said quietly. "It always has. And now it has someone to care for it in return." McGonagall's gaze sharpened. "That's what happened, isn't it? The castle chose you. Bonded with you somehow. Something like that. Why you?" Harry thought about the blood quill, the words carved into his flesh, his blood seeping into ancient stones. He thought about the ley line's explanation, someone who would bleed for others without being asked, and wondered how to translate that into words a professor would accept. "Because I was there," he said finally. "Because I was bleeding. Because I'd already died for this school once before, and I was willing to do it again." McGonagall's breath caught. "When you were 11. The stone. I didn't know I would survive. I walked into that room thinking Voldemort would kill me, and I did it anyway because people I cared about were in danger." He shrugged. "Apparently that matters to whatever's living in these walls." Silence stretched between them. The fire crackled. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows. "What do you need from me, Potter?" The question surprised him. He'd expected arguments, demands for more. Information, attempts to convince him to trust the adults with whatever burden he was carrying. "I need you to trust me," he said. "Not blindly, I'm not asking for that. But trust that I'm trying to protect this school and everyone in it. Trust that when I do things that seem strange, there's a reason. And trust that when the time comes, I'll explain everything. That's a great deal of trust. I know. But I'm not asking for your help with the big things, not yet. Just, don't let them take me out of Hogwarts. Whatever the Ministry threatens, whatever Umbridge tries, don't let them remove me from the grounds." McGonagall was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded, once. "You have my word. Whatever authority I possess, I'll use it to keep you here." "Thank you, Professor." She stood, indicating the meeting was over. But as Harry reached the door, she spoke again. "Potter. The girl I saved, the one the castle led me to." Harry paused. "Yes. Her name was Lily Evans." The door closed behind him before he could respond. The room of requirement appeared as a comfortable sitting room when Harry arrived, fire burning in the hearth, sofas arranged in a circle, bookshelves lining the walls. Hermione and Ron were already there, along with Neville, who'd somehow intuited that the meeting was happening and shown up without being invited. "Hope you don't mind," Neville said, looking nervous. "It's just. I feel like I should be here. I can't explain it." "You should be." Harry could feel it too, something in Neville that resonated with the castle's magic, a potential that had never been properly nurtured. "You're welcome." They settled onto the sofas, and Harry began to talk. He told them about the blood quill, about the pain and the blood and the moment everything changed. He told them about the ley lines, about Morwenna and the Founders and the prison beneath the castle. He told them about the Hollow King, not everything, not the conversation they hadn't had yet, but enough to convey the scope of the threat. He told them about his new abilities, demonstrating by making the fire dance and the bookshelves rearrange themselves. He told them about the limitations, about how his power faded outside the castle, about the danger of drawing too much and attracting the wrong kind of attention. When he finished, the silence was absolute. Ron spoke first. "So you're basically a god. Within Hogwarts." "I'm not a god. I'm a caretaker. A guardian. The castle trusts me to protect it, and in return, it lends me power." "That sounds like a god to me." "Gods don't have homework." The tension broke, everyone laughing, and Harry felt something loosen in his chest. They weren't running. They weren't looking at him like a monster. They were still his friends. Hermione, of course, had questions. Dozens of them. She wanted to know about the historical records, the theoretical frameworks, the specific mechanics of ley line magic. Harry answered what he could and admitted ignorance where he couldn't. "This is extraordinary," she breathed. "The educational implications alone, if we could document this, study it properly, we can't publish it," Harry said firmly. "No one outside this room can know the full truth. Not yet. But, Hermione. There's a monster under the castle that wants to destroy everything. If the wrong people find out about the ley lines, they'll try to use them for themselves. And if they try, they'll probably break the prison and kill us all." That sobered her. "Right. Secret. Got it." Neville had been quiet throughout, his brow furrowed in concentration. Now he spoke up. "The thing below. The Hollow King. You said he was trapped by the Founders." "Yes. And his prison is weakening." "Yes. So what happens when it breaks? What does he want?" Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the ley lines knowledge. Images flickered through his mind, the Hollow King's transformation, his isolation, his terrible plan. He was a wizard once. Aldrich Mordaunt. He found the ley lines centuries before the Founders and tried to bond with them directly. But without the castle's protections, the power transformed him into something else. Something that can't die but can't truly live. A ghost? No. Ghosts are imprints, echoes. The Hollow King is still alive, if you can call it living. He's a being of pure magical will, sustained by the ley lines themselves. But he's cut off from everything human. He can't feel, can't connect, can't love or hate or hope. He just exists. That sounds awful, Hermione whispered. It is. And he's had 1,000 years to go mad from it. Harry opened his eyes. He believes that if he can make others like himself, he'll finally have companions who understand him. Beings that share his existence. But the transformation requires massive amounts of energy, more than any person can provide. If he breaks free, he'll drain the ley lines trying to transform people, and the magical backlash will destroy everything. Including Hogwarts, Ron said flatly. Including Britain. Maybe beyond. Harry shook his head. The ley lines aren't just under the castle. They stretch across the entire island, connecting to nexuses in other countries. If this nexus collapses, the shockwave will travel along those lines. Cities will fall. Thousands will die. And the magical world will never recover. The weight of it settled over them, the impossibility of the task, the stakes of failure. So what do we do? Neville asked quietly. First, I learn. I need to understand my powers fully, master them before I face the Hollow King. Second, we gather allies, people who can help when the time comes. Third. Harry trailed off. The third step was the hardest, the one he didn't want to think about. Third, I go down there and find a way to strengthen the prison. Or destroy the Hollow King entirely. You said you're weaker outside the castle, Hermione pointed out. Won't going deeper weaken you too? No. The opposite, actually. The deeper I go, the closer I get to the nexus itself. In the prison chamber, I'd be at the center of all 7 ley lines. I'd be as powerful as it's possible to be. Then what's stopping you from going now? The Hollow King would be powerful too. We'd be evenly matched, and he's had centuries to learn. I need to get stronger, smarter, before I face him. Otherwise, I'll just be another victim. They talked for hours after that, planning, speculating, trying to work out the details of a problem none of them fully understood. By the time they left, the fire had burned low and the castle was quiet around them. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower alone, the ley lines humming beneath his feet. He had allies now. People who knew the truth and chose to stand with him anyway. It helped, in a way he hadn't expected. But the Hollow King still waited in the depths. And somewhere in the darkness, Harry could feel him stirring. The library meeting with Daphne happened at midnight, as promised. She was waiting in the same spot as before, near the restricted section, the ghost of Sir Aldrich hovering beside her. But tonight, she'd brought something else, a book, ancient and crumbling, bound in leather that might have been dragon hide. Family records, she explained, holding it out. 600 years of greengrass observations about the ley lines. My grandmother's grandmother started compiling it. She thought someday, a new warden would need the information. Harry took the book carefully. It was heavier than it looked, and he could feel traces of old magic woven into the binding, preservation spells, privacy wards, something that felt almost like loyalty. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Read it first. Daphne's smile was thin. My ancestors weren't always good people, Potter. Some of them did terrible things in the name of protecting the Nexus. You should know what you're allying with. I'll keep that in mind. Sir Aldrich drifted closer, his translucent features grave. Young Warden, there is something you should know. The Hollow King has become more active in recent days. I can sense it even through the barriers, a restlessness, an anticipation. He knows something has changed. He knows about me. Yes. And he is pleased. That wasn't the reaction Harry had expected. Pleased? He has been alone for 1,000 years. Even an enemy is better than isolation. He looks forward to meeting you. The thought made Harry's skin crawl. An ancient, mad being, anticipating his arrival like a long-awaited guest. When I go down there, eventually, what should I expect? Sir Aldrich and Daphne exchanged glances. The ghost spoke carefully. The prison chamber is not a place. Not exactly. The founders constructed it from folded space, a pocket dimension anchored to the ley lines, accessible only through specific channels. Within it, the normal rules of magic do not apply. What rules do apply? Will. Intent. Belief. Aldrich's voice was heavy. My great-uncle was a master of such things. In his prison, thought becomes reality. He can shape the environment, create illusions, manipulate perception. Fighting him is not a matter of magical power alone, it is a battle of minds, of philosophies, of conviction. Great. Harry rubbed his forehead. So I need to be stronger than him mentally as well as magically. You need to be clearer than him. The Hollow King's madness is his weakness as well as his strength. He has spent centuries believing certain things about himself and the world. If you can find the cracks in those beliefs, exploit them. I can beat him. Or at least survive long enough to strengthen the bindings. Daphne stepped forward. That's where my family comes in. The book contains diagrams of the original binding rituals, analysis of where they've weakened, suggestions for reinforcement. If we can identify the specific points of failure, you might be able to fix them without directly confronting the Hollow King. Might? It's never been done before. But theoretically, yes. Harry tucked the book under his arm. Another piece of the puzzle, another tool for the battle ahead. I'll read it tonight. Tomorrow, we should meet again, somewhere more private. I want to go over the diagrams in detail. The room of requirement? Yes. Bring anything else your family has that might be relevant. Daphne nodded, then hesitated. Potter. Harry. Why are you trusting me? Because you came to me instead of running. Because your family kept these secrets for 600 years when they could have used them for power. Because. He paused, searching for the right words. Because the castle trusts you. I can feel it. Whatever your reasons for helping, Hogwarts believes you're sincere. And you trust the castle. With my life. Something shifted in Daphne's expression, a softening, a vulnerability that she quickly masked. Then. I'll try to be worthy of that trust. She left, Sir Aldrich fading into the walls behind her, and Harry was alone with the ancient book and the weight of everything it contained. He read until dawn. The Greengrass records were meticulous, detailed, and deeply disturbing. Generation after generation had observed the ley lines, documented their patterns, noted the subtle signs of the prison's decay. They'd also recorded the consequences of that decay, strange incidents, unexplained accidents, students and staff affected by surges of wild magic. The last major incident had been in 1942, when an unusual cluster of deaths and disappearances had plagued the school. The Greengrass Observer at the time had believed it was connected to the prison's weakening, something was reaching through the cracks, affecting the minds of vulnerable students. One student in particular had been singled out. A sixth-year Slytherin whose behavior had grown increasingly erratic, whose interest in dark magic had become obsessive. The Observer had believed this student was being influenced directly by the Hollow King, perhaps being groomed as a potential host. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry set the book down, his hands trembling. Voldemort. The Hollow King had touched Voldemort, 50 years ago, when he was still a student. Had the monster in the depths shaped the Dark Lord's ambitions? Fed his obsession with immortality? Guided him toward the Horcruxes that had shattered his soul? And if so, what did that mean for Harry? The scar on his forehead tingled, and Harry felt a distant echo through their connection, Voldemort, somewhere far away, dreaming of power he didn't understand. You're looking for immortality, Harry thought. But you don't know what it really costs. He closed the book and watched the sun rise through the dormitory window. The war he was fighting had just gotten much more complicated. The next few days fell into a rhythm. Mornings, classes, carefully concealed abilities, the normal pretense of being an ordinary student. Afternoons, training in the room of requirement, pushing his powers further, learning the castle's secrets. Evenings, meetings with Daphne and Sir Aldrich, poring over the Greengrass records, mapping the prison's weak points. Nights, reading, planning, trying to figure out how to fix a problem that seemed increasingly unsolvable. He told Ron, Hermione, and Neville about the Voldemort connection, the possibility that the Hollow King had influenced the Dark Lord's development. Hermione went pale. Neville looked sick. Ron just swore, long and creative, using words Harry hadn't known he knew. So the ultimate evil under the castle might have created the ultimate evil running around trying to kill you, Ron summarized. Brilliant. This just keeps getting better. It's possible. Not certain. But if it's true. Hermione bit her lip. If the Hollow King really did shape Voldemort's obsessions, then defeating you-know-who won't be enough. We'd have to stop the influence at its source. Which means dealing with the Hollow King eventually. Eventually. She gave him a sharp look. You're not going down there alone, Harry. When the time comes, I might not have a choice. There's always a choice. Promise me, promise us, that you won't face him without backup. Harry hesitated. The ley lines hummed with caution, reminding him that taking others into the prison chamber would put them at terrible risk. But his friends' faces were set, determined, refusing to accept any answer that didn't include them. I promise I'll try, he said finally. But if it comes down to me going alone or people I care about getting killed, I'm going alone. It wasn't what they wanted to hear. But it was the truth. On the 5th day after his awakening, Marcus Selwyn arrived at Hogwarts. Harry felt him the moment he passed through the gates, a presence that crackled with barely contained magical energy, trained and honed and hostile. The ley lines recoiled from him like a cat arching away from water. Danger, they whispered. This one knows our secrets. This one has killed before. Harry was in the middle of transfiguration when the new arrival entered the castle. He tracked Selwyn's progress through the corridors, watching as the young man was escorted to Dumbledore's office, his movements precise and predatory. Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice cut through his distraction. Is something wrong? Someone's here. Someone, dangerous. Her eyes narrowed. The headmaster mentioned a visitor from the ministry. A specialist. He's not ministry. Harry couldn't explain how he knew, but the certainty was absolute. Whatever organization Selwyn served, it was older and more secretive than any government body. Excuse me, Professor. I need to, sit down, Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice was iron. Whatever this visitor is, he can wait until class is finished. You are still a student, regardless of your other obligations. Harry forced himself to stay in his seat, but his attention remained fixed on the office above. He listened through the ley lines as Dumbledore and Selwyn exchanged pleasantries, their words careful and formal. Grateful for the council's interest in this matter, Dumbledore was saying. Though I confess, I'm uncertain what exactly you hope to achieve. The Warden's Council has monitored this nexus for centuries, Headmaster. Selwyn's voice was smooth, cultured, with an edge that suggested violence barely restrained. When we detected the anomalous readings last week, we became concerned. Anomalous readings? Don't play coy. Something has changed in your castle. A new warden has been chosen, the first in 600 years. The council has a right to know who, and whether they pose a threat to European magical stability. Dumbledore's tone didn't change, but Harry felt a sharpening of the old wizard's attention. I'm afraid I don't know what you're referring to. Wardens are a myth, Mr. Selwyn. Stories told to first-years to make Hogwarts seem more mysterious than it already is. Is that what you believe? Or is that what you tell yourself because the alternative is too frightening to contemplate? Silence. Harry felt Dumbledore's mind racing, reassessing, trying to fit this new information into his existing framework. Perhaps, the headmaster said finally, you should tell me exactly what the Warden's Council knows. And what it wants. The meeting lasted 2 hours. Harry caught fragments through the ley lines, discussions of history, of responsibility, of the threat posed by an untrained warden bonded to the most powerful nexus in Europe. Selwyn wanted access to Harry, wanted to evaluate him, determine if he was a threat to be neutralized or an asset to be controlled. Dumbledore, to his credit, refused. "The students of Hogwarts are my responsibility," the headmaster said firmly. "Whatever has happened to Mr. Potter, I will not allow him to be taken, tested, or evaluated by an organization I've never heard of. You've never heard of us because we've never needed to act openly before. The last warden died before you were born. But make no mistake, Dumbledore, the Council has authority over all matters relating to ley line nexuses. If your student threatens European stability, we will act. And if he doesn't, then we will offer our assistance. Training, guidance, the accumulated knowledge of centuries. The Council is not your enemy, Headmaster. We want the same things you do, a stable magical world, protected from threats both known and unknown. Including the threat you haven't mentioned yet." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "The thing beneath the castle. The reason your council exists at all." Silence, longer this time. When Selwyn spoke again, his voice was different, younger, somehow. Less certain. "So you do know." "I suspected. Now I'm certain." Dumbledore sighed. The Founder's secret was never quite as secret as they hoped. Too many people were involved in the original binding. Too many references survive in obscure texts. I've spent decades piecing together fragments, hoping I was wrong about what they suggested. You weren't wrong. No. I wasn't. A pause. Does Mr. Potter know what he's facing? I intend to find out. And if he doesn't, if your new warden is as ignorant as his predecessors, then the council will need to take action. The prison cannot be allowed to fail. Not now, not ever. Harry had heard enough. He raised his hand, interrupting McGonagall mid-sentence. "I'm sorry, Professor. I really do need to leave." Mr. Potter, but he was already moving, the castle opening paths before him, stairs rearranging to speed his passage. He reached Dumbledore's office in minutes, the gargoyle leaping aside without waiting for a password. The door swung open as he approached. Dumbledore and Selwyn looked up, the headmaster with mild surprise, the council operative with sharp interest. Harry ignored both, walking into the office and letting the door close behind him. "You want to evaluate me?" He addressed Selwyn directly. "Fine. But not in private. Not behind closed doors. You have questions, you ask them here, now, with Dumbledore as witness." Selwyn's eyes narrowed. He was young, mid-20s, maybe, with dark hair and aristocratic features that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Sirius. But where Sirius's face held warmth beneath the sharpness, Selwyn's was cold, calculating. "Bold," Selwyn said. "Walking into a meeting uninvited. Demanding terms. I'm the warden of Hogwarts." Harry felt the castle's power settle around him like a cloak. "In this castle, I don't need an invitation." Interesting. Most new wardens take months to develop that level of integration with their nexus. You've had, what, a week? Something like that. And you already understand your position? Your responsibilities? The threat you're meant to guard against? The Hollow King. Aldrich Mordaunt. A wizard who tried to bond with the ley lines without protection and became something neither alive nor dead. Harry met Selwyn's gaze steadily. The Founders imprisoned him, but the prison is failing. I have maybe a year, maybe less, before he breaks free. Selwyn's composure cracked, just slightly. Whatever he'd expected from this meeting, it wasn't a 15-year-old boy calmly describing an apocalyptic threat. How do you know that timeline? The ley lines tell me. And the Greengrass family records confirm it. You've contacted the Greengrasses? Now Selwyn looked genuinely surprised. They haven't shared their records with the council in 300 years. Maybe the council should have asked nicely. Dumbledore made a small sound that might have been suppressed laughter. Selwyn's expression darkened. This isn't a joke. If the prison fails, I know what happens if the prison fails. Better than you do, probably, since I can actually feel it weakening. Harry stepped closer. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to tell me everything the council knows about the Hollow King, about the original binding, about previous attempts to strengthen the prison. Then you're going to leave Hogwarts and tell your superiors that I'm not a threat, I'm their best hope. And if I refuse? Harry smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Then I'll ask the castle to escort you out. And I'll make sure the council's censors show exactly how powerful this nexus can be when its warden is motivated. The threat hung in the air. Selwyn's hand twitched toward his wand, then stopped as he clearly reconsidered the wisdom of drawing a weapon in the heart of Harry's power. You're arrogant, he said finally. I'm honest. There's a difference. The council won't tolerate, the council will tolerate whatever I decide they should tolerate, because the alternative is having this nexus go rogue entirely. Harry's voice hardened. I didn't ask for this power. I didn't want it. But I have it now, and I'm going to use it to protect this school and everyone in it. If the council wants to help, I'll accept their help. If they want to fight, they'll lose. Those are the only options. Selwyn stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he began to laugh. Merlin's beard, he said, shaking his head. They actually found one. A warden with spine. The hostility drained from his posture, replaced by something that looked almost like respect. He turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, I apologize for the adversarial approach. Standard council protocol when dealing with unknown wardens. But this one. He gestured at Harry. This one might actually be worth backing. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I could have told you that. With respect, sir, you don't know what you have. Selwyn looked at Harry with new eyes. The council has records of 17 wardens since Morwenna's death. 16 of them were broken by their power within 5 years. The 17th lasted 18 months before the burden drove him mad. I'm not planning to go mad. None of them did. But the ley lines are vast, and mortal minds are small. The integration process is traumatic in ways that don't show immediately. Selwyn hesitated. I was being groomed for this, you know. Trained since childhood to eventually bond with a minor nexus in southern France. I've spent my whole life preparing for a fraction of what you're carrying. Is that why you're angry at me? The question was blunt, maybe rude, but Harry was tired of dancing around things. Selwyn's jaw tightened. Partly. You fell into this by accident, untrained and ignorant, and you're handling it better than anyone in council history. It's frustrating. Get over it. I'm trying. Selwyn took a breath. Look. We started badly. Let me make amends. I'll stay at Hogwarts, as an observer, not an evaluator. I'll share what I know about the Hollow King, about binding rituals, about everything the council has learned over 6 centuries. In return, you let me watch, learn, try to understand how you're doing what you're doing. Harry considered. The ley lines offered no warning, no sense of deception. Whatever Selwyn's original intentions had been, his current offer was sincere. One condition. Name it. You don't report back to the council without telling me first. I want to know what information is leaving this castle. That's not standard protocol. Neither is a 15-year-old warden who can feel you drawing breath from 3 floors away. We're in new territory. Either we trust each other, or this doesn't work. Selwyn was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. Agreed. But I'll want the same courtesy. Whatever you learn about the Hollow King, whatever plans you make, I want to know. Done. They shook hands, and Harry felt something shift, not in the ley lines, but in the political landscape of his new reality. An enemy had become, if not an ally, at least a resource. It was a start. That night, Harry dreamed. He stood in darkness, absolute and complete, but he could feel the ley lines pulsing around him, 7 rivers of light converging on a single point. The Nexus. The heart of Hogwarts. And at the center of that heart, waiting, was a figure. You came. The Hollow King's voice wasn't sound, it was thought, pressed directly into Harry's mind. He was tall, or had been once, his form flickered between the man he'd been and the thing he'd become, features shifting like smoke in wind. I didn't choose to come. This is a dream. Dreams are just another kind of reality, young warden. One where the rules are flexible. Harry tried to pull back, to wake himself, but the darkness held him. The Hollow King drifted closer, and Harry could see his face now, handsome once, perhaps, but twisted by centuries of isolation into something barely human. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. Not yet. A smile that was more grimace than expression. I've waited so long for company. Surely you can spare me a few moments. What do you want? What everyone wants. To be seen. To be known. To matter to someone, somewhere, in some way. The Hollow King's form flickered. You've bonded with my ley lines. My power flows through you now. Doesn't that make us, family? You're a monster. I'm what this power made me. What it will make you, eventually. The transformation is slow, but inevitable. Already you're changing, thinking faster, seeing deeper, caring less about the small concerns of mortal life. Another smile. In a century, you won't remember what it felt like to be human. In a millennium, you won't care. Harry forced himself to stay calm, to analyze rather than react. The Hollow King was trying to frighten him, to plant seeds of doubt. It was working, he could feel his own fear like ice in his veins, but fear was useful. Fear meant there was something to protect. You're wrong. Am I? I have friends. People I love. Connections that anchor me to humanity. You had none of that. You chased power for its own sake, and when you got it, you had nothing else left. The Hollow King's expression shifted, rage, then something else. Something that might have been sorrow. I had everything. I had the greatest magical gift in human history. And it took everything from me. Love, joy, pain, all of it, stripped away, leaving nothing but awareness. Do you understand what that means? To exist forever, unable to feel. I understand that you're trying to make others like yourself. That you'll destroy everything to escape your loneliness. And you'll stop me? Yes. Silence. The darkness seemed to deepen, the ley lines pulsing with something that felt like anticipation. I look forward to it, the Hollow King said finally. It's been so long since I had an adversary worth the name. Since Godric Gryffindor tried to destroy me and failed. Since Salazar Slytherin offered to join me and was refused. His smile was sad, terrible. They're all dead now. Everyone I've ever known. Only you remain, you, and the ghosts, and the memories that haunt these stones. I'm going to stop you, Harry repeated. Perhaps. Or perhaps you'll join me. Perhaps, when you've lived long enough, suffered enough, lost everyone you love to the simple cruelty of time, perhaps then you'll understand why I want what I want. The dream began to fade, the darkness thinning. We'll speak again, young warden. Soon. There's so much I want to teach you. Harry woke gasping, the scar on his forehead burning, the taste of ash in his mouth. Outside his window, dawn was breaking. Another day. Another step toward the confrontation he couldn't avoid. He lay in bed, watching the light grow stronger, and wondered if the Hollow King was right. Wondered if, in the end, he would become the very thing he was fighting against. The ley lines hummed beneath him, warm and reassuring. Not alone, they whispered. Never alone. We chose you because you know how to hold on. Don't let go. Harry closed his eyes and let the castle's presence wrap around him. Not yet. He wasn't ready to let go yet. But the battle had begun, whether he was ready or not. And the Hollow King was waiting. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Blood and Stone. The Warden's Council announced their formal inspection 3 days after Marcus Selwyn's arrival. Harry found out the way most students found out about important Hogwarts business, through rumor, speculation, and a hastily posted notice in the common room that explained nothing while managing to sound terribly official. The Ministry of Magic, in cooperation with the International Confederation of Wizards, would be conducting a routine magical audit of the castle's foundational wards. Routine, Hermione said, her voice dripping skepticism. There's nothing routine about this. The last time the ICW got involved with Hogwarts was during Grindelwald's War. They were in the Room of Requirement, which had configured itself as a war room of sorts, maps of the castle spread across a central table, books stacked on every available surface, comfortable chairs arranged for the growing group that now included Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, and Marcus Selwyn himself. It's not really the ICW, Marcus said, studying one of the maps. The council operates through them when we need official cover, but this is purely our operation. 3 senior members are coming to assess the nexus and determine whether your bond is stable. And if they decide it isn't? Ron asked. Marcus didn't answer immediately. His silence was answer enough. They'll try to sever the bond, Harry said flatly. Kill me, probably, in the process. Not necessarily kill. The severance rituals are imprecise. You might survive. You'd just be a squib afterward. Marcus met Harry's eyes. I'm telling you this because you need to understand the stakes. Elder Ashworth is sympathetic, she was the one who argued for sending me instead of an elimination team. But the other 2, Thorncroft and Vance, they've spent their entire lives believing untrained wardens are too dangerous to tolerate. Then why warn us? Daphne asked. Your counsel. Your loyalty should be to them. My loyalty is to the mission. Containing the Hollow King. If Potter is really as capable as he seems, severing his bond would be catastrophic. It would leave the Nexus undefended and probably accelerate the prison's collapse. Marcus shook his head. Thorncroft and Vance don't understand that. They see a 15-year-old boy with power he shouldn't have, and their first instinct is to take it away. Harry leaned over the map, tracing the ley lines paths through the castle. The council members would arrive through official channels, the main gates, escorted by ministry officials, but their true objective would be the lower levels. The foundations where the ley lines converged, where the prison's bindings were anchored. They can't be allowed below the 3rd sub-basement, he said. The closer they get to the Nexus, the more they'll be able to interfere with it. And if they reach the prison chamber itself? They won't, Hermione said firmly. We'll find a way to keep them contained to the upper levels. Dumbledore won't support that, Marcus pointed out. He's agreed to full cooperation with the audit. Anything less and the council will claim obstruction, which gives them justification for more aggressive measures. Dumbledore doesn't know what's really at stake. Then tell him. Harry was quiet for a moment. He'd been avoiding this conversation, putting off the inevitable confrontation with the headmaster. Part of it was practical, Dumbledore had his own agenda, his own plans, and Harry wasn't certain those plans aligned with protecting the castle. But part of it was something else, something harder to admit. He didn't trust Dumbledore anymore. The man had left Harry with the Dursleys for 11 years. Had kept secrets about the prophecy, about Voldemort, about a dozen other things that affected Harry's life. Had orchestrated events behind the scenes while pretending to be a kindly mentor. Harry understood why, in some abstract sense. Dumbledore was playing a long game against Voldemort, and sometimes pawns needed to be kept ignorant for the greater good. But understanding didn't mean forgiveness, and forgiveness didn't mean trust. "I'll talk to him," Harry said finally. "But not until after the council arrives. I want to see how he handles them first." The council delegation arrived on a grey October morning, their carriages rolling through Hogwarts gates with the kind of pomp that suggested they considered themselves very important indeed. Harry watched from the astronomy tower, his awareness spread through the castle, feeling every footstep as the visitors dismounted and were greeted by Dumbledore's welcoming committee. 3 figures in formal robes, each carrying themselves with the particular stiffness of people accustomed to being obeyed. Elder Moira Ashworth was the oldest, 70 at least, with silver hair pulled back in a severe bun and eyes that missed nothing. She moved slowly, carefully, but Harry could feel the power coiled inside her like a spring waiting to release. She'd been bonded to a minor nexus in Ireland for 40 years before age forced her to sever the connection, and traces of that bond still lingered in her magical signature. Elder Thorncroft was younger, perhaps 50, with the build of a man who'd spent his life in physical training. His magic felt different, sharper, more aggressive, honed for combat rather than communion. He was the council's enforcer, Harry guessed. The one they sent when negotiations failed. Elder Vance was somewhere between them in age, a thin woman with a perpetual frown and the nervous energy of someone who trusted nothing and no one. Her magic was subtle, probing, constantly testing the wards around her. She was the analyst, the one who would examine Harry's bond and determine whether it met their standards. "Quite a welcoming party," Ron said, joining Harry at the tower railing. "Who are they really?" "The Warden's Council. An organization that's supposed to protect ley line nexuses from misuse." Harry's voice was neutral. "They've been operating in secret for centuries, cleaning up messes that involve the deep magic. This is probably the first time they've acted openly since the Founders' era. And they're here for you? They're here to decide if I'm too dangerous to live." Ron absorbed this with the stoic acceptance that had become characteristic of their conversations lately. He'd grown up since the summer, Harry realized, less jealousy, less insecurity, more willingness to support without needing to understand. "What's the plan?" "Keep them away from the lower levels. Let them do their audit of the upper castle, satisfy their official mandate. If they push for more access, we push back. And if pushing back isn't enough?" Harry felt the ley lines pulse beneath his feet. The castle was watching, waiting, ready to respond to his will. Then we find out exactly how powerful this bond really is. The council's audit began in the Great Hall. Harry attended breakfast as usual, ignoring the nervous glances from students who'd heard rumors about the important visitors. The 3 elders sat at the staff table with Dumbledore, their conversation too quiet to overhear naturally, but Harry didn't need natural hearing anymore. "Appreciate the headmaster's cooperation," Elder Ashworth was saying. "The council has no desire to disrupt the school's operations. We simply need to verify that the nexus remains stable and properly contained." "Hogwarts has stood for 1,000 years, Dumbledore replied mildly. "I assure you, our foundations are quite solid. We don't doubt it. But recent events suggest something has changed." Elder Vance's voice was sharp, suspicious. "Our sensors detected a massive surge of ley line energy last week. Energy levels we haven't seen since the last warden died in 1347. The castle does experience occasional fluctuations, this wasn't a fluctuation. This was a bonding event." Vance leaned forward. "Someone has connected to your nexus, Headmaster. Someone with enough magical resonance to activate defenses that have been dormant for 6 centuries. We need to know who." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry felt a shift in the old wizard's magic, surprise, quickly controlled. He hadn't known about the bonding. Hadn't realized what Harry's transformation actually meant. "I'm not aware of any such connection," Dumbledore said carefully. "Though I confess, ley line magic is not my area of expertise. It wouldn't be. The founders were careful to keep certain knowledge out of institutional memory." Elder Thorncroft spoke for the first time, his voice a deep rumble. But we know, Headmaster. We've always known. And if someone has bonded with this nexus without council approval, without proper training, without any of the safeguards we've developed over centuries of experience. He let the threat hang unfinished. Harry rose from his seat. The movement drew every eye in the great hall, students, staff, and council members alike. He walked toward the head table, feeling the castle's attention focus around him like a lens concentrating sunlight. "You're looking for me," he said, stopping before the elders. "I'm the one who bonded with the Nexus." Silence. Absolute, ringing silence. Elder Vance recovered first, her wand appearing in her hand so fast Harry barely tracked the movement. "Explain yourself." "I was being tortured." Harry kept his voice calm, factual. "A ministry official used a blood quill on me, repeatedly, over several weeks. The accumulated trauma triggered a magical backlash that connected me to the ley lines. I didn't choose it. I didn't even know it was possible until it happened." "Impossible," Thorncroft growled. "Bonding requires ritual, preparation, years of training. The founders bonded without any of that. They found the Nexus, recognized its power, and built Hogwarts to protect it. My bond happened the same way, raw, uncontrolled, instinctive." Harry met Thorncroft's glare steadily. "I've spent the last 2 weeks learning to control it. I'm nowhere near finished, but I'm functional. The castle responds to me, and I can feel the prison's bindings. They're weakening. Faster than you probably realize." Elder Ashworth had been watching Harry with an expression he couldn't quite read. Now she spoke, her voice thoughtful. "You mentioned a blood quill. The artifacts that use the victim's blood as ink?" "Yes. Blood magic at a ley line nexus." She shook her head slowly. "That explains the severity of the bond. Your blood, willingly given under duress, seeping into stones that were already primed to receive a warden, the Nexus would have interpreted it as sacrifice. An offering. The most powerful form of magical contract. I wasn't trying to, intent doesn't matter with blood magic. Only the blood itself." Ashworth's eyes were sharp. "You've inadvertently created one of the strongest warden bonds in recorded history. No wonder our censors went haywire." Thorncroft stepped forward, his posture aggressive. "This changes nothing. An untrained bond is a dangerous bond. The boy needs to be evaluated, tested, and if necessary, severed from the Nexus before he causes catastrophic damage." "He's standing right here," Harry said coldly. "And he's not interested in being severed. Your interest is irrelevant. The council has protocols, your protocols are irrelevant." Harry felt the castle's power gather around him, responding to his anger. The torches flickered. The enchanted ceiling, which had been showing a peaceful autumn sky, darkened with storm clouds. "You came into my home, threatened to cripple me, and now you're lecturing about protocols. Your home." Thorncroft laughed harshly. "You've been bonded for 2 weeks. This castle has existed for a millennium. You're a child playing with forces you don't understand. Then help me understand." Harry forced the anger down, made his voice reasonable. "I know you have knowledge I need. Training, histories, techniques for strengthening the prison. If you want to help, I'll accept your help. But if you think you can walk in here and take what the castle gave me, you're wrong. I will defend this bond with everything I have." The great hall was utterly still. Students barely breathed, staff members watched with varying degrees of alarm and fascination, and the 3 council elders seemed frozen in a moment of decision. Elder Ashworth moved first. She held up a hand, forestalling whatever Thorncroft was about to say. "Mr. Potter. You claim to feel the prison's bindings?" "Yes." "Describe them." Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the ley lines perception. The prison was always there at the edge of his awareness, a knot of ancient magic wrapped around something vast and dark. 7 primary bindings, 1 anchored to each ley line. They're woven together at the nexus point, creating a containment field that isolates the prisoner from the rest of reality. The bindings are frayed, degraded. I can feel gaps where the magic has worn thin over time. And beneath them. He hesitated. The Hollow King's presence was a constant pressure, like something waiting just beyond a locked door. He's aware. He knows I'm here. He's been testing the bindings more aggressively since the bond formed. Elder Ashworth's expression had gone very grave. You can sense the prisoner directly? Yes. Has he communicated with you? Harry thought of the dream, the conversation in darkness. Once. He wanted to talk. To tell me about himself, about what he wants. I refused to engage. That was wise. Ashworth turned to her colleagues. The boy isn't lying. His perception of the prison matches our records exactly, records he couldn't possibly have accessed. And the level of integration he's describing would require decades of traditional training to achieve. All the more reason for caution, Vance argued. Rapid integration is a known risk factor for warden psychosis. The Nexus's influence could be overwhelming his natural personality, reshaping him into something the ley lines find more useful. I'm still me, Harry said. My friends can vouch for that. Your friends are children who don't understand what they're looking at. Vance's voice was dismissive. Subtle personality changes are invisible to those without training. By the time anyone notices something wrong, it's usually too late. Then train me. Teach me what to watch for. Harry spread his hands. I'm not your enemy. The Hollow King is our common threat. If you waste time and resources trying to sever my bond, you'll just make it easier for him to escape. Thorncroft snorted. You expect us to believe you understand the threat better than we do? We've been fighting this war for 6 centuries, and you've been losing. Harry's voice cut through the elder's bluster. The prison was intact when the first warden died. Now it's falling apart. Whatever you've been doing hasn't worked. Maybe it's time to try something different. The silence stretched. Harry could feel the balance shifting, the elders reassessing their assumptions. Finally, Elder Ashworth nodded. A compromise. We will conduct our audit of the upper castle as planned, verify that the standard wards are intact, assess the school's general magical health. But we will not attempt to access the lower levels without Mr. Potter's cooperation. In return, Mr. Potter will submit to evaluation by myself and Elder Vance. Not severance, she added, forestalling Harry's objection. Simple assessment. We need to understand what we're dealing with before we can offer meaningful assistance. And if the assessment shows problems, then we discuss solutions. Together. With Mr. Potter's input considered seriously. It wasn't perfect. But it was better than the alternative. Agreed, Harry said. When do we start? The evaluation happened that afternoon, in a disused classroom on the 7th floor that the castle had obligingly provided. Elder Ashworth led the examination while Elder Vance observed from the corner, her quill racing across parchment, recording everything. The test started simply, basic magical exercises, levitation and transfiguration and shield charms. Harry performed them easily, too easily, and saw Vance's frown deepen with each demonstration. You're holding back, Ashworth observed. I'm trying not to break anything. Show me what you can really do. Harry hesitated. Then he reached for the ley lines and let a fraction of their power flow through him. The classroom transformed. The walls rippled like water, stone becoming liquid and reshaping itself into intricate patterns that would have taken a team of architects months to design. The ceiling opened, revealing not the sky but a vast map of the ley lines themselves, 7 rivers of light stretching across Britain, converging on the point where they stood. The floor became transparent, showing the depths below, layer after layer of foundations and forgotten chambers descending into darkness. Merlin's beard, Vance whispered. Harry let the vision fade, returning the room to normal. The castle shares its perceptions with me. What it sees, I see. What it can do, I can do, within these walls. And outside them? Much weaker. I can still draw on the ley lines to some extent, but without the castle as a focus, it's like trying to drink from a river with my hands. Most of the power slips through. Elder Ashworth was studying him with an expression he couldn't interpret. When Morwenna bonded with this nexus, it took her 3 years to achieve that level of environmental control. You've had 2 weeks. The bond was traumatic. Maybe that accelerated things. Perhaps. She moved closer, and Harry felt her own magic reach out, testing his defenses. He let her probe, allowed her to sense the connection that linked him to the ley lines. Her sharp intake of breath told him she'd found something unexpected. The integration isn't just deep. It's fundamental. Ashworth pulled back, her face pale. Your magical core hasn't just connected to the nexus. It's begun to merge with it. The boundaries between your power and the ley line's power are already blurring. Is that bad? It's unprecedented. She turned to Vance. You were right about the rapid integration, but wrong about the cause. This isn't the nexus overwhelming his personality. It's his personality absorbing the nexus. He's not becoming a tool of the ley lines, he's becoming their partner. That's impossible, Vance said flatly. The power differential is too great. No human mind could, no ordinary human mind. Ashworth's eyes hadn't left Harry's face. But Mr. Potter isn't ordinary. That scar on his forehead, it's a soul wound, isn't it? A piece of someone else's essence embedded in your own. Harry went very still. How do you know about that? The Council has records of every Horcrux created in the last 1,000 years. Tom Riddle's experiments were noticed, if not understood. Ashworth's voice was gentle. The fragment in your scar has been slowly integrating with your soul for 15 years. Your mind has already adapted to containing 2 magical essences. Compared to that, the ley lines are almost simple. You're saying Voldemort accidentally prepared me for this? I'm saying you've been carrying impossible burdens since you were a baby. Your soul has grown strong enough to bear them. Ashworth paused. The question is whether that strength will be enough for what's coming. The audit continued for 3 days. Elder Ashworth and her team examined every ward, every enchantment, every trace of ancient magic they could access in the upper castle. They found what Harry had expected them to find, a school that had been maintained but not truly understood, its deepest secrets forgotten by generations of headmasters who'd never known what lay beneath their feet. The decay is worse than we thought, Ashworth told Harry during one of their private sessions. Not just the prison bindings, the entire ward structure is deteriorating. The Founder's original enchantments are still functional, but the subsequent layers have introduced instabilities. It's like a house that's been renovated 100 times by 100 different builders, none of whom understood the original foundation. Can it be fixed? With time and expertise, yes. But the prison is the priority. If the Hollow King escapes, fixing the wards won't matter. They were in the Room of Requirement, which had become their informal headquarters. Marcus Selwyn was there, along with Daphne and, surprisingly, Sir Aldrich, who had manifested specifically to share information with the council delegation. I've reviewed the Greengrass records, Ashworth continued, spreading ancient diagrams across the central table. Combined with what you've told me about your direct perceptions, I believe I've identified the critical failure points. There are 3 primary weaknesses in the binding structure, here, here, and here. She indicated points on the diagram. If we can reinforce these specific anchors, we might by another century before the prison collapses entirely. How do we reinforce them? Harry asked. That's the difficulty. The original bindings were created with blood magic, specifically, Morwenna's sacrifice. To repair them fully, we would need an equivalent sacrifice. My blood? Potentially. But the ritual requires more than blood. It requires intent, a genuine willingness to die for the binding. Morwenna knew she wouldn't survive. That knowing was what gave her sacrifice its power. Ashworth's expression was troubled. I don't want to ask that of you, Mr. Potter. Not yet. Not when there might be other options. What options? Sir Aldrich drifted forward. There is another way. More dangerous, but less permanent. If you could enter the prison chamber itself, confront the Hollow King directly, you might be able to reinforce the bindings from within. Confront him how? The prison exists partially as a mental construct, a space shaped by will and belief. Whoever stands in that space can influence its structure through sheer force of conviction. If your will prove stronger than the Hollow King's, you could reshape the bindings, close the gaps, restore what time has worn away. And if my will isn't stronger? The ghost was silent for a long moment. Then you would likely be consumed. Absorbed into the Hollow King's consciousness, adding your power to his. It would accelerate the prison's collapse rather than prevent it. Marcus made a sound of disgust. So the options are sacrifice yourself permanently, or gamble everything on a mental battle with something that's been thinking about this for a millennium. Brilliant. There might be a middle path, Daphne said. She'd been quiet throughout the discussion, studying the diagrams with the focused intensity Harry had come to recognize. The Greengrass records mention something called the Anchor Ritual. It was designed for situations like this, where a warden needed to strengthen bindings without full sacrifice. I'm not familiar with that ritual, Ashworth admitted. It was developed after the Council's records were compiled. My ancestors created it during the Black Death, when the last warden was dying and there was no successor ready to bond. Daphne pulled a scroll from her bag, unrolling it carefully. The idea was to create temporary anchors, living people connected to the Nexus through the warden, adding their strength to the bindings without requiring permanent sacrifice. Living anchors. Ashworth leaned forward, interest sharp. How many? The original ritual called for 7, 1 for each ley line. But the more anchors, the less burden each individual bears. The records suggest that with enough participants, the strain could be distributed to the point where no one suffers permanent harm. Harry studied the scroll. The ritual was complex, layers of runic work surrounding a central binding circle. But the principles were clear: create connections, share the load, face the threat together rather than alone. How many would we need to make it safe? The mathematics suggest at least 7 for minimal safety. 14 would be comfortable. 21 would be ideal. 21 people willing to tie themselves to the Nexus. Marcus laughed without humor. Where exactly are you going to find that many volunteers? Harry thought of Dumbledore's army. Of the students who'd stood up to Umbridge, who'd refused to accept that fighting back was impossible. Of friends who'd proven themselves willing to face danger for the right reasons. I might know some people, he said. The DA meeting that night was different from the ones that had come before. They gathered in the room of requirement, 32 students who'd answered Hermione's emergency summons, their faces showing varying degrees of curiosity and concern. Harry stood at the front of the room, flanked by Ron and Hermione, with Daphne positioned slightly apart, her presence causing raised eyebrows among the Gryffindors who made up most of the group. Thank you for coming, Harry said. I know it's short notice, and I know some of you are probably tired of my cryptic meetings. But what I have to tell you tonight is the most important thing I've ever shared. He told them everything. The ley lines. The bond. The Hollow King in his prison beneath the castle. The Council's audit and its implications. The choice they all faced: let the prison collapse and watch magical Britain burn, or take a risk that might save everything. When he finished, the silence was absolute. You're asking us to connect ourselves to ancient magic we don't understand, Susan Bones said slowly. To help you reinforce a prison that's been holding a monster. For 1,000 years. Yes. And if it goes wrong, we could die. There's risk. I won't lie about that. But with enough people, the risk is minimized. The ritual is designed to share the burden. The more of us there are, the lighter the load for each individual. Why us? Zacharias Smith demanded. Why should we risk our lives for some threat we've never heard of before tonight? Because you're already risking your lives. Harry's voice hardened. Voldemort is coming back. The ministry is compromised. The adults who should be protecting you are too blind or too scared to do what's necessary. You joined this group because you wanted to learn to defend yourselves. This is what real defense looks like. This is insane, Smith continued. We signed up to learn jinxes, not to become, what, human batteries for your magical prison. You're free to leave. Harry gestured toward the door. Anyone who doesn't want to be part of this, walk away now. No judgment, no consequences. This is a choice, not a recruitment. Smith stood, his expression defiant. Fine. I'm out. He walked to the door, but hesitated at the threshold. Harry could feel his conflict, the desire to flee warring with something else, something that recognized the importance of what was being asked. The Hollow King, Smith said, not turning around. If he escapes, everyone dies. Not just wizards, everyone. The magical backlash would devastate Britain. Maybe beyond. Millions of people who don't even know magic exists. Smith was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he returned to his seat. I'm not saying yes, he muttered. But I'll listen to the rest. Others had questions, about the ritual itself, about the council, about what participation would actually entail. Harry answered as honestly as he could, with Daphne providing technical details and Marcus offering the council's perspective. By the end of the meeting, 23 students had volunteered. It wasn't 21, it was more. Fred and George Weasley, grinning with the kind of reckless enthusiasm that made Harry's chest tight. Luna Lovegood, serene and certain, saying that the Crumplehorn Snorkack had told her this was important. Neville, his jaw set, saying that some things were worth risking everything for. And Ginny Weasley, her eyes fierce, saying simply, I owe Tom Riddle a debt. If this monster had something to do with what happened to me, I want to help destroy him. Harry felt something shift in his perception of the group. They weren't just students learning defensive magic. They were soldiers, volunteers in a war most people didn't know was being fought. He hoped he could keep them alive. The anchor ritual required preparation, days of meditation and magical attunement, creating the connections that would link the participants to the Nexus. Elder Ashworth supervised, her expertise invaluable, while Elder Vance documented everything with the obsessive thoroughness that seemed to be her default state. Elder Thorncroft had returned to the council's headquarters to report on their findings, carrying with him a recommendation from Ashworth, support rather than severance. Harry didn't know if the council would accept that recommendation, but for now, at least, the immediate threat of intervention had passed. You've done something remarkable, Ashworth told Harry during one of their sessions. Building loyalty like this, especially among teenagers who have every reason to be selfish and afraid. Leadership is a rare gift. I didn't ask for it. No one ever does. That's usually how you know it's genuine. She paused in her examination of the ritual preparations. Mr. Potter, Harry. May I call you Harry? Yes. Harry, I need you to understand something. What you're attempting, it's never been done before. The anchor ritual was theoretical, never tested, developed by people working under desperate conditions with incomplete information. We're all operating on hope and educated guesses. I know. You also need to understand that even if the ritual works perfectly, it won't solve the underlying problem. The prison is failing because its foundations are ancient and worn. Temporary reinforcement will buy time, but eventually, someone will need to address the root cause. The Hollow King himself. Yes. Ashworth's eyes were sad. I wish I could tell you there's another way. That you could simply repair the prison and walk away, live your life without ever confronting the thing that waits below. But I don't believe that's possible. Sooner or later, you'll have to face him. I know that too. And yet you're going through with this anyway. Because it gives us time. Harry met her gaze. Time to prepare, to train, to figure out how to actually win. If I face the Hollow King now, I'll lose. I felt it when we spoke in that dream. He's stronger than me, more experienced, more certain of what he wants. But I can learn. I can grow. And maybe, in a year or 2 years or 5, I'll be ready. What if you don't have years? Then I'll do the best I can with however long I get. Harry shrugged. That's all any of us can do, isn't it? Elder Ashworth was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was thick with emotion she was clearly trying to suppress. You remind me of Morwenna. She had the same stubborn hope, the same refusal to accept that some problems are unsolvable. A small smile. She would have liked you, I think. You knew her. I've read everything she wrote, studied every record of her life and death. In some ways, I know her better than anyone who actually met her. Ashworth shook her head. The wardens don't just protect the ley lines, Harry. We carry their memories forward. We remember the ones who came before so their sacrifices aren't forgotten. Is that what you'll do for me? Remember me, if this goes wrong? Yes. But I'd rather you survived long enough to make your own memories worth remembering. The night before the ritual, Harry descended into the depths alone. Not all the way to the prison chamber, that would be foolish, possibly suicidal. But deep enough to feel the ley lines at their strongest, to commune with the Nexus in a way that wasn't possible on the surface. The room of requirement had provided access, a staircase that spiraled downward through stone that grew older and stranger with each step. The modern castle gave way to medieval construction, which gave way to something more ancient still, cyclopean blocks fitted together without mortar, covered in runes that predated written language. Harry stopped in a chamber that hummed with power, 7 lines of light converging on a point just above the floor. The Nexus. The heart of everything. He sat cross-legged at the center and let his awareness expand. The ley lines welcomed him like coming home. He felt their age, their patience, their vast indifference to human concerns. They had existed before humanity, would exist after it ended, flowing through the earth like blood through veins. And yet they had chosen him. Had recognized something in a bleeding boy that made him worthy of this burden. Why me? The question had haunted him since the bonding. Why Harry Potter, of all the people who had ever lived and died within these walls? What made him special enough to carry this weight? The ley lines didn't answer in words, they didn't communicate that way, but Harry felt something shift in his understanding. Images, impressions, fragments of memory that weren't his own. He saw himself at 11, standing before the mirror of Erist, wanting nothing more than family and love. He saw himself at 12, pulling the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat, facing a monster because someone needed to be saved. He saw himself at 14, dragging Cedric's body from the graveyard, refusing to leave even the dead behind. And he understood. The ley lines didn't choose power. They didn't choose talent or intelligence or magical strength. They chose character. They chose the person who, when faced with impossible odds and certain death, would still try to do the right thing. They chose someone who would carry the burden because it needed carrying, not because they wanted the reward. I'm not that person, Harry thought. I'm just a kid who keeps ending up in terrible situations. The ley lines pulsed with something that felt almost like amusement. You're exactly that person. You've always been. You just never knew it before. Voices echoed down the staircase, concerned shouts, footsteps on stone. Harry rose from his meditation, awareness contracting back to human scale, and turned to find Daphne Greengrass descending toward him. You shouldn't be here, she said, slightly breathless. The others are worried. The ritual is in 6 hours. I needed to think. Down here. Alone. Within reach of, she gestured vaguely downward. Him. He can't touch me. Not yet. And I needed to understand something. Daphne reached the bottom of the stairs, her face illuminated by the ley line's glow. She was beautiful in this light, Harry noticed, not just physically, but something deeper. A strength that matched her delicate features. Did you find what you were looking for? Maybe. I'm still processing. She moved to stand beside him, studying the convergence of power with an expression that mixed awe and familiarity. My grandmother used to tell me stories about this place. She never saw it herself, only wardens can access the lower chambers, but her grandmother had descriptions passed down through generations. It's strange to finally be here. Why did you come? To find you. To make sure you hadn't done something stupid. That's not what I meant. Harry turned to face her. Why are you helping me at all? The truth this time. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was softer than he'd ever heard it. Because I'm tired of being powerless. Harry waited. The Greengrass family has been declining for generations. We used to matter, used to be trusted with secrets that could reshape the world. Now we're just another minor pure-blood house, clinging to old traditions because we've forgotten why they mattered. She shook her head. When my grandmother told me what you'd become, I saw an opportunity. A chance to be part of something important again. That's calculating. Of course it is. I'm Slytherin. A ghost of a smile. But there's more to it than that. I've watched you, Harry. Watched how you treat your friends, how you respond to threats, how you carry yourself now that you have real power. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? Someone corrupted. Someone drunk on their own importance, ready to use their position for personal gain. She met his eyes. Instead, I found someone who's terrified of what they've become but trying to do right anyway. Someone who built an army out of schoolchildren and inspired them to risk their lives for strangers they'll never meet. They're not risking their lives for strangers. They're risking them for me. Same thing. You've made yourself a symbol, something worth following into danger. That's rare, Harry. Rarer than ley line magic, rarer than any power the Founders ever discovered. Daphne's hand found his, her fingers cool and steady. I want to be part of that. Not for my family, not for politics, for me. Because I believe you might actually save the world, and I want to help. Harry looked at their joined hands, then at her face. She wasn't playing games, he realized. The Slytherin mask had slipped, revealing someone genuine beneath. Okay, he said. Okay. Okay, I believe you. He squeezed her hand gently. And I'm glad you're here. They stood in the glow of the ley lines for a long moment, two people at the center of something vast and ancient, finding unexpected comfort in each other's presence. Then Daphne pulled back, the mask sliding into place again, though something warmer lingered in her eyes. We should get back. Your friends are organizing a search party. Of course they are. They climbed the stairs together, leaving the Nexus humming behind them, and Harry felt something new take root in his chest. Not romance, not exactly. Too early for that, too complicated by everything else happening around them. But the beginning of something. A connection that might grow, given time. If they survived what was coming next. The anchor ritual began at midnight. The room of requirement had transformed into a vast chamber, runic circles inscribed on the floor in silver light, candles floating at precise intervals throughout the space. 23 students stood at carefully calculated positions, their faces nervous but determined. Elder Ashworth conducted the ceremony, her voice steady as she guided them through the preparatory incantations. Harry stood at the center of the main circle, feeling the ley lines pulse beneath him, ready to channel their power through the connections they were about to create. Remember, Ashworth said, the ritual will draw on your magical cores. You may feel weakness, disorientation, even pain. These effects are temporary. If at any point you feel you cannot continue, simply step outside your circle. The ritual will adjust. No one moved. No one spoke. Very well. Let us begin. The first phase was connection, threads of magic reaching out from Harry to each of the participants, linking them to the nexus through his bond. He felt them accept the connection one by one, Ron's fierce loyalty, Hermione's brilliant determination, Neville's quiet courage. The Weasley twins' chaotic energy. Luna's serene certainty. Ginny's burning resolve. And Daphne, her magic cool and steady, anchoring him in ways the others couldn't. The threads multiplied, strengthened, wove themselves into a network that spread throughout the chamber. Harry felt the weight of 23 souls joining his own, their power adding to the burden he carried. It was enormous. It was terrifying. It was exactly what they needed. Second phase, Ashworth intoned. Channel the connection downward. Find the prison bindings. Reinforce what has weakened. Harry reached for the depths. The ley lines responded, carrying his awareness down through layers of stone and magic, past the foundations he'd explored, past the Nexus chamber, into the darkness beyond. The prison loomed in his perception, a vast sphere of woven enchantments, beautiful and terrible, holding back something that pressed against its walls with patient, endless pressure. "Ah," the Hollow King whispered. "You've brought friends." Harry ignored the voice, focusing on the bindings themselves. He could see the weak points now, glowing faintly where the magic had worn thin. 3 critical failures, just as Ashworth had predicted. He gathered the power flowing through the ritual network and directed it toward the first weakness. The binding fought him. It was old, set in. Its patterns, resistant to change. Harry pushed harder, feeling his anchor's strength flow through him, feeling the ley lines surge in response. The weakness sealed. Not perfectly, there were still flaws, still vulnerabilities. But the immediate danger had passed. The binding would hold. First anchor point secured, Ashworth reported, her voice strained. Move to the second. Harry shifted his attention, finding the next failure point. This one was worse, a gap in the weave where something dark was already seeping through. The Hollow King's influence, reaching toward the surface. Clever, the whisper came. But not clever enough. You're just delaying the inevitable. Shut up. Harry poured power into the gap, forcing it closed. His anchors responded, their combined strength flooding through the connection, reinforcing his will with their own. The darkness retreated. The binding held. Second anchor point secured. One more. The third weakness was the worst. A structural flaw that had been growing for centuries, eroding the prison's foundation. Sealing it wouldn't be enough, they needed to rebuild the damaged section entirely. This is going to hurt, Harry warned through the network. Hold on. He reached deeper than he'd ever gone, drawing on everything the ley lines could give him. The power was staggering, more than any mortal should be able to channel, but the anchors held him steady, their combined will keeping him grounded while he worked. The rebuilding was agonizing. Like trying to knit bone while someone was breaking it. The Hollow King resisted actively now, pushing against the repairs, testing Harry's concentration. You can't hold me forever. No one can. Watch me. The final thread of magic snapped into place. The binding stabilized. The prison, for the first time in centuries, was intact. Harry collapsed. He woke in the hospital wing, sunlight streaming through the windows, his body aching in ways he'd never experienced before. Madame Pomfrey was there immediately, clucking with concern, running diagnostic spells that showed nothing physically wrong but indicated magical exhaustion on a scale she'd never seen. 3 days, she said. You've been unconscious for 3 days. The others? All recovered. Minor exhaustion, nothing permanent. They've been taking shifts sitting with you, refusing to leave until you woke. Harry let his head fall back against the pillow. They'd done it. The ritual had worked. The prison was reinforced. But as his awareness reached for the ley lines, he felt something that turned his relief to ash. The Hollow King was laughing. "Well done," the whisper came. "You've bought yourself a little time. But you've also shown me something I didn't know before." "What's that?" "That you can be connected to others. That you have anchors, people you care about, people who care about you." The laughter grew louder. "Thank you for that information, young warden. I'll make good use of it." The connection faded, leaving Harry alone with the terrible realization of what he'd revealed. He'd thought the ritual was a solution. Instead, he'd just given the enemy a new weakness to exploit. The days that followed were tense. Elder Ashworth pronounced the reinforcement successful, the prison bindings were stronger than they'd been in centuries, and the immediate threat of collapse had been averted. The council officially classified Harry as an allied asset, rather than a threat, which meant they wouldn't try to sever his bond. Small victories. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling of the Hollow King's laughter echoing in his mind. The monster had learned something from the ritual, something about Harry's connections, his vulnerabilities. And monsters like that didn't forget. "You're brooding again," Daphne observed. They were in the room of requirement, which had become their unofficial meeting place. The ritual's success had bound them together in ways that went beyond magic. The 23 anchors now shared a subtle connection, able to sense each other's presence and emotional states. "I made a mistake," Harry said. "The ritual worked. The ritual showed him my weaknesses. Every person who participated is now a target." Harry's hands clenched. "I was so focused on the immediate threat that I didn't think about the long-term consequences. We knew the risks. We chose to help anyway. That doesn't make it better." Daphne moved to sit beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. "Harry. Listen to me. You're 15 years old. You've been dealing with impossible situations since you were 11. No one expects you to be perfect. The ley lines expect me to be perfect. That's why they chose me. No. They chose you because you try. Because when you make mistakes, you learn from them and keep fighting." Her hand found his. "The Hollow King wants you to doubt yourself. To feel alone and overwhelmed and incapable. Don't give him that victory." Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he turned his hand to interlace his fingers with hers. "When did you get so wise?" "I've always been wise. You're just now noticing." Despite everything, Harry smiled. The Hollow King was still down there, still plotting, still waiting for his chance. Voldemort was still out there, his plans advancing while everyone focused on other threats. The Ministry was still compromised, still hunting Harry, still determined to destroy what they couldn't control. But right now, in this moment, Harry had allies. Had friends. Had something that might be more than friendship, if he was willing to pursue it. The war wasn't over. It had barely begun. But for the first time since the bonding, Harry felt like he might actually survive it. That night, Umbridge made her final move. Harry felt it begin from across the castle, a surge of dark magic, carefully concealed, pulsing from the fifth-floor corridor where detention had become torture, where blood had seeped into ancient stones and changed everything. She was trying something. Something desperate. Something she believed would finally give her power over the boy who'd humiliated her in front of the entire school. Harry was moving before he consciously decided to act, the castle clearing paths for him, stairs rearranging to speed his passage. He burst through the door of her office to find a scene from Nightmare. A first-year Muggleborn, Harry recognized her as Emma Dobbs, a Hufflepuff who'd been struggling with transfiguration, suspended in a ritual circle, her eyes glazed and her body limp. Umbridge stood over her, a knife in one hand, an ancient book in the other, words of power spilling from her lips. "Stop!" Harry's voice cracked through the room, and the castle responded, the floor rippling, the walls groaning, the very air growing heavy with gathered force. Umbridge looked up, and her smile was mad. Too late, Potter. Whatever you've become, I'm going to take it. This ritual will drain your connection and transfer it to me. And then we'll see who controls Hogwarts. That's not how it works. The bond can't be transferred, the book says otherwise. She gestured at the ancient tome. Found it in the restricted section, hidden away where even Dumbledore couldn't find it. A ritual for stealing a warden's power. All it requires is a sacrifice. She raised the knife. Harry didn't think. He simply acted. The ley lines surged through him, responding to his desperate need. The floor beneath Umbridge turned liquid, trapping her to the ankles. The knife flew from her hand, embedding itself in the far wall. The ritual circle shattered, its energy dissipating harmlessly. Emma Dobbs slumped, unconscious but alive. Umbridge screamed in fury, struggling against the stone that held her. Release me. I am a ministry official. I have authority here. No. Harry's voice was cold, resonant with power that wasn't entirely human. You have nothing. He walked toward her, and the castle walked with him. The walls leaned inward. The ceiling pressed down. The shadows deepened until only Harry and Umbridge remained visible, two figures in a darkness that breathed. You tortured students. Harry said. You used a blood quill, an artifact so dark it's illegal in 17 countries. You kidnapped a child to perform a human sacrifice. And now you expect me to show mercy. The minister will hear of this, the minister is irrelevant. Harry stopped inches from her face. You came into this castle. My castle. And you tried to hurt its people. Do you understand what that means? For the first time, real fear showed in Umbridge's eyes. What are you going to do to me? Harry considered. He could feel the castle's anger, its desire for retribution. He could trap her in the walls, seal her in stone, leave her to suffocate slowly in the foundations. He could unmake her mind, leave her a drooling husk, punishment to match her crimes. He could do all of that, and part of him wanted to. But that wasn't who he was. That wasn't who he'd chosen to be. I'm going to give you exactly what you deserve, Harry said. He reached into the castle's magic and found what he needed, a memory, clear and perfect, of every detention Umbridge had conducted. Every stroke of the blood quill. Every whimper of pain, every scar inflicted, every piece of cruelty she'd committed in the name of order. He took those memories and sealed them into her wand. This wand now contains evidence of your crimes. Irrefutable, verifiable, admissible in any magical court in the world. Harry stepped back. I'm going to release you, and you're going to leave Hogwarts. You will never return. You will never teach again. And when the Aurors come for you, and they will come, this wand will testify to everything you've done. You can't, I just did. Harry gestured, and the stone released her. Run, Dolores. Run while you still can. She ran. The aftermath was complicated, but ultimately satisfying. Umbridge's wand was delivered to Amelia Bones at the DMLE, along with a detailed accounting of her crimes. The evidence was undeniable, memories so vivid they could be projected for witnesses, showing exactly what kind of person the ministry had placed in Hogwarts. Fudge tried to protect her. He failed. The public outcry was too great, the evidence too clear. Within a week, Dolores Umbridge was facing charges that would keep her in Azkaban for years. Harry watched the news from the Great Hall, surrounded by students who looked at him with a mixture of awe and gratitude. You didn't kill her, Hermione said quietly. I thought you might. I wanted to. Harry didn't see the point in lying. The castle wanted me to. It would have been easy, so easy, to just make her disappear. But you didn't. No. Because that's not who I want to be. He looked at his hands, ordinary hands, unchanged, capable of terrible things. The ley lines give me power. They don't tell me how to use it. That choice is still mine. And you chose mercy. I chose justice. Harry's voice hardened. Mercy would have been letting her go. What I did was make sure she faces consequences for her actions, publicly, in a way that can't be covered up or forgotten. That's not mercy, that's accountability. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded slowly. I'm proud of you, she said. For what it's worth. It's worth a lot. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the great hall's enchanted ceiling show a sky full of stars. The Hollow King still waited below. Voldemort still plotted in the shadows. The war was far from over. But tonight, at least, Harry had won a victory. Not with violence, with principle. It was a good start. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, What Sleeps Beneath the Snow came early that year. Harry stood at the window of Gryffindor Tower, watching fat white flakes drift past the glass, blanketing the grounds in pristine silence. December had arrived with a vengeance, bringing with it the kind of cold that seeped through stone walls and made even the hardiest students huddle closer to common room fires. But Harry didn't feel the cold anymore. Not really. The ley lines kept him warm, a constant flow of energy that regulated his body temperature without conscious thought. Just another way he was becoming something other than human. You're brooding again. Ron's voice came from behind him, accompanied by the creak of floorboards. Harry didn't turn. I'm thinking. There's a difference. Not when you've been standing there for 2 hours. Ron moved to stand beside him, breath fogging the glass. What's on your mind? The Hollow King showed me something last night. In a dream. Ron tensed. What kind of something? A memory. His memory. Harry finally turned from the window, and Ron flinched at whatever he saw in his friend's face. I saw what he was before the transformation. Who he was. And he wasn't a monster, Ron. He was just afraid. Afraid of dying, afraid of being forgotten, afraid of all the things that make us human. Harry's voice was quiet. He found the ley lines when he was younger than we are now. Felt their power, their permanence, their indifference to mortal concerns. And he thought, if he could become part of that, he'd never have to be afraid again. Sounds like Voldemort. It's exactly like Voldemort. That's what terrifies me. Harry moved away from the window, pacing. The Greengrass records mentioned it, the Hollow King might have influenced Tom Riddle when he was a student here. Shaped his obsession with immortality, pointed him toward Horcruxes. What if the pattern keeps repeating? What if I'm next? You're nothing like them. Aren't I? Harry stopped, facing Ron directly. I have power now. Real power. And every day, it gets easier to use it. Easier to solve problems by just making them go away. Umbridge. The council members who wanted to sever my bond. How long before I start seeing everyone who opposes me as a problem to be solved? Ron was quiet for a long moment. Then he did something unexpected, he laughed. What's funny? You are. Standing there, terrified that you might turn evil, while actively trying to figure out how not to. Ron shook his head. Mate, dark wizards don't worry about becoming dark wizards. They just do it. The fact that you're scared of the path means you're not on it. That's oversimplifying, maybe. But it's also true. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Come on. Breakfast. Hermione's been asking about you, and if I go back without you, she'll lecture me about emotional support or something. Despite everything, Harry smiled. Some things, at least, hadn't changed. The Great Hall was half empty, most students having gone home for the holidays. The Weasleys had stayed, of course, Harry had asked them to, needing his core group close during the vulnerable winter months. Hermione had told her parents she had important research that couldn't be interrupted. Neville's grandmother had agreed to let him remain after a mysterious letter from Dumbledore explained, in carefully vague terms, that her grandson was involved in something significant. And Daphne had simply announced that she would be staying, her tone brooking no argument. They gathered at the Gryffindor table, a strange assembly of lions and one lone snake, and ate breakfast while discussing the day's plans. The council sending another delegation, Marcus reported. He'd remained at Hogwarts as official liaison, a position that had evolved from surveillance into something approaching genuine alliance. Elder Ashworth convinced them to share some of their archived rituals. Things that might help with the prison's long-term stability. Useful, Harry said. But Thorncroft is coming with them. He's still not convinced you're not a threat, and he's bringing specialists, combat mages trained to neutralize ley line anomalies. Combat mages. Ron snorted. They really think they can fight Harry inside the castle. They think they need to be prepared for the possibility. Marcus's expression was grim. Thorncroft lost his brother to a warden who went rogue in 1847. The experience shaped his perspective. Harry filed that information away. Understanding your potential enemies was crucial, and Thorncroft had just become more complicated than simple hostility. When do they arrive? Tomorrow evening. Dumbledore's arranged quarters for them in the West Wing. Then we have today to prepare. Harry pushed back from the table. Daphne, I need your family's records on defensive ward configurations. Hermione, research everything you can find on council combat tactics, there should be something in the restricted section. Ron, Neville, work with the DA members who stayed. I want everyone sharp. What about you? Hermione asked. Harry's expression darkened. I need to have a conversation I've been putting off. The descent to the lower levels was easier now. Harry had made the journey dozens of times since the anchor ritual, familiarizing himself with the castle's hidden architecture. The stairs that spiral down through ancient stone, the chambers that opened to his presence, the nexus point where 7 ley lines converged, all of it had become as familiar as the Gryffindor common room. But he'd never gone all the way to the bottom. Never deliberately sought out the prison chamber where the Hollow King waited. Today, that changed. The final descent was different from the others. The stone here was older than human memory, carved by magic rather than tools, covered in runes that pulsed with faint light. The air grew heavy, charged with potential energy, making every breath an effort. And at the bottom, a door. It wasn't physical, Harry could see through it to the void beyond, but it was there nonetheless, a barrier of pure magical will separating the prison from the rest of reality. The Founder's work, reinforced by Morwenna's sacrifice, patched and maintained by the anchor ritual. Harry placed his hand against the barrier and pushed. The prison was not what he'd expected. He'd imagined darkness, chains, something like Azkaban but worse. Instead, he found himself standing in a vast library, shelves stretching to infinity in every direction, filled with books that seemed to contain all the knowledge ever gathered. Beautiful, isn't it? The Hollow King emerged from between the shelves, and Harry forced himself not to step back. In the dreams, he'd seen only impressions, flickering forms, suggestions of features. Here, in the heart of the prison, the Hollow King was terribly, tragically solid. He looked young. Younger than Harry had expected, early 20s, perhaps, with dark hair and aristocratic features that would have been handsome if not for the wrongness that lurked behind his eyes. He wore robes that might have been fashionable 1,000 years ago, preserved perfectly by magic that had stopped time in this place. This is my prison, the Hollow King said, gesturing at the endless library. I've had a millennium to shape it. What you see is every book I've ever read, every thought I've ever had, every memory I've managed to preserve. He smiled, and the expression was almost human. Welcome, young warden. I've been looking forward to this. This isn't a social call. No. Then what is it? Harry had prepared for this conversation, rehearsed it in his mind 100 times. But standing here, facing the thing that had haunted his thoughts for months, the words seemed inadequate. I came to understand, he said finally. The dreams you send, the memories you share, they're not random. You're trying to tell me something. I want to know what. The Hollow King's smile widened. Direct. I appreciate that. Most of the people who've spoken to me over the centuries preferred to dance around their meaning, as if clarity were somehow shameful. I don't have time for dancing. The prison is failing. Your influence is spreading. And sooner or later, I'm going to have to make a decision about what to do with you. Ah. You're considering killing me. The thought has crossed my mind. It won't work. The Hollow King began walking, and Harry found himself following, the library rearranging itself around them. Not because I can't be killed, I'm quite certain I can be, with enough power and determination, but because my death would cause the very catastrophe you're trying to prevent. Explain. The prison isn't just a container, young warden. It's a conversion system. All that power pressing against its walls, all that desperate will seeking escape, the bindings transform it, channel it, use it to reinforce themselves. If I were to simply stop existing, that energy would have nowhere to go. The backlash would shatter the ley lines entirely. Harry processed this. So you've made yourself necessary. I've made myself integral. There's a difference. The Hollow King stopped before a particular shelf, pulling down a book that looked older than the others. When I first realized what I'd become, I spent centuries trying to end my own existence. The loneliness was unbearable, worse than anything you can imagine. I tried everything, magical suicide, willing myself out of existence, begging the founders to destroy me. And they couldn't. Or wouldn't. Godric wanted to try, but the others convinced him that the risk was too great. The book opened in his hands, revealing pages of cramped, ancient handwriting. So instead, they built this prison. Not to punish me, they understood I was already punishing myself, but to protect everything else from what I'd become. That's not what the records say. They call you a monster who had to be contained. History is written by survivors, young warden. The founders survived. I didn't, not really. My perspective was inconvenient. The Hollow King's voice grew bitter. They made me the villain because it was easier than admitting I was a victim. A cautionary tale to frighten children, rather than a tragedy to be mourned. Harry wanted to argue, to reject the sympathy the story was clearly designed to invoke. But something in the Hollow King's tone rang true. If you're not a monster, he said carefully, why are you trying to escape? Why poison the bindings, test the weaknesses, push against the prison walls? Because I've changed. The Hollow King set down the book and turned to face Harry fully. His eyes, which had seemed almost normal moments before, now held depths of something vast and terrible. 1,000 years is a long time, young warden. Long enough to process grief, to move through despair, to find something resembling acceptance. But also long enough to realize that acceptance isn't enough. That survival without purpose is just another form of death. What purpose could you possibly have? The same one you have. Protecting this world from threats it doesn't understand. The Hollow King's smile was sad. You think I'm your enemy, and in some ways, you're right. But you're not seeing the whole board. There are things beyond this prison, beyond the ley lines themselves, that would love nothing more than to see magical Britain fall. Things like what? Like the entities that exist in the spaces between realities. The hungry things that have been circling this nexus for millennia, waiting for a moment of weakness. The Hollow King gestured, and the library dissolved around them, replaced by a vision of darkness punctuated by distant, terrible lights. The ley lines aren't just power sources, young warden. They're barriers. Walls between our world and others. And they're weakening, not because of me, but because of something far older and far more dangerous. Harry stared at the darkness, at the lights that seemed to pulse with malevolent awareness. Why are you telling me this? Because you're going to need my help. Not today, perhaps not for years. But eventually, the things in the dark will make their move, and when they do, you won't be able to stop them alone. And you expect me to what? Release you? Trust the thing that's been trying to break its prison for 1,000 years? I expect you to think. The vision faded, replaced once again by the library. Question your assumptions. Consider the possibility that the enemy you've been taught to fear isn't the only enemy, or even the greatest one. And when you've done that, when you've really, truly thought it through, come back and we'll talk again. The Hollow King turned away, walking toward the distant shelves. Wait. He paused. Yes. The memories you've been sending me. Your past, your transformation, your imprisonment. Why share them? Because I want you to understand. Not forgive, I don't expect that, and I'm not sure I deserve it. But understand. He looked back over his shoulder. We're not so different, you and I. Children given power we didn't ask for, thrust into situations we weren't prepared for. The question is what we do with that power. I made my choice 1,000 years ago. You're still making yours. And if I choose to destroy you anyway, then you'll doom this world to something far worse than anything I could do. The Hollow King's form began to fade, the library dissolving around Harry. Think about it, young warden. Think long and hard. And remember, I have all the time in the world. You don't. Harry woke on the floor of the Nexus chamber, gasping, the ley lines pulsing frantically around him. He told no one about the conversation. Not because he trusted the Hollow King, he didn't, not remotely, but because he needed time to process. To verify. To determine how much of what he'd heard was truth, how much was manipulation, and how much was something in between. The council delegation arrived the next evening, right on schedule. Elder Thorncroft was exactly as Marcus had described, a hardened combat veteran with suspicious eyes and a magical presence that spoke of decades of training. He brought 3 specialists with him, 2 men and a woman, all moving with the precise economy of people who expected violence and knew how to deliver it. Mr. Potter. Thorncroft's handshake was crushing. I've read the reports from Elder Ashworth's evaluation. Impressive, if accurate. They're accurate. We'll see. Thorncroft released his grip. I understand you've reinforced the prison bindings. The council appreciates your initiative, though there are concerns about the methods used. The anchor ritual was developed specifically for this situation, by a family of amateur archivists working from incomplete information. Thorncroft's tone made his opinion clear. The council has protocols for a reason, boy. When amateurs interfere with systems they don't understand, people die. Harry felt his temper rise, but suppressed it. Antagonizing Thorncroft wouldn't help anyone. I'd be happy to review those protocols, he said instead. And share what I've learned in return. The prison's stability affects everyone, cooperation seems more productive than conflict. Thorncroft studied him for a long moment. Whatever he saw apparently satisfied something, because his expression softened fractionally. Perhaps. We'll see how you handle the inspection first. The inspection was thorough. Over 3 days, Thorncroft and his specialists examined every ward, every protection, every trace of ancient magic they could access. Harry granted them limited access to the upper foundation levels, enough to verify the anchor ritual's effectiveness, not enough to reach the Nexus or the prison chamber. They found nothing wrong. The bindings were stable. The reinforcements had held. Whatever criticisms Thorncroft had planned, he couldn't find grounds to make them. You've done adequate work, he admitted finally, the words clearly painful. Better than adequate, in some ways. The ritual's integration is remarkably clean for something improvised. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The prison's stability is only part of the issue. Thorncroft's eyes were hard. There are other concerns. Entities beyond the ley line barriers that have been more active lately. Probing for weaknesses. Testing defenses. Harry kept his expression neutral, though his heart raced. What kind of entities? Things that don't belong in our reality. Things that existed before magic as we know it took shape. Thorncroft hesitated, then continued. The Council has records of incursions dating back to the Founders' era. Small ones, easily contained. But the frequency has been increasing over the past century. Some of our analysts believe a larger event may be approaching. And the ley lines are the barrier keeping them out. One of the barriers. The strongest one, in most cases. Thorncroft met Harry's eyes. Whatever else you are, Potter, you're now responsible for maintaining that barrier. If you fail, if the Nexus falls, it won't just be Britain that suffers. It'll be the world. Christmas came and went with little celebration. Harry spent most of the holiday researching, digging through every record he could find about the entities Thorncroft had mentioned. The Council's archives, shared reluctantly through Marcus, painted a picture that matched what the Hollow King had shown him, things in the darkness, hungry and patient, waiting for their chance. But there was more. Hidden between the lines of official reports, Harry found references to something called the Convergence, an event that occurred every 1,000 years, when the barriers between realities grew thin and the things beyond could push through more easily. The last convergence had been in 1014. This year was 1995. We're almost at 1,000 years, Harry said, staring at the calculations spread across the room of requirements central table. Give or take. Give or take what? Hermione leaned over his shoulder, studying the figures. The next convergence. When the barriers weaken and the entities beyond try to force their way through. Harry pointed at a passage in one of the Council's texts. The Founders built Hogwarts specifically to reinforce the Nexus during convergences. That's why the wards are so complex, why the architecture channels magic the way it does. They were preparing for this. And they're dead. So now it's your job. Apparently. Daphne, reading a different text across the table, looked up sharply. The Greengrass records mention this. My ancestors noted unusual activity during the 1014 convergence, massive magical surges, brief incursions that had to be repelled. The first warden died during one of those incursions. How did she die? Sealing a breach. Something came through the barriers and she closed it behind herself, trapping the entity but also herself in the space between realities. Daphne's voice was quiet. She chose to sacrifice herself rather than let it reach the surface. Harry absorbed this. Another warden who died protecting the Nexus. Another weight added to the burden he carried. The Hollow King mentioned the convergence, he said finally. During our conversation in the prison. Every head in the room turned toward him. You spoke to him? Hermione's voice was sharp. Harry, you went into the prison without telling anyone? I needed answers. He's been sending me dreams for months, showing me pieces of his past. I had to understand why. And? What did he say? Harry told them. The conversation in the library. The vision of darkness and hungry lights. The Hollow King's claim that he wasn't the real enemy, that something worse was coming. When he finished, silence filled the room. He's manipulating you, Marcus said flatly. It's what prisoners do. They find leverage, exploit sympathy, make you think they're on your side. I know that. But what if he's also telling the truth? What if he isn't? What if this convergence story is just another attempt to get you to lower your guard? Then we prepare anyway. Harry stood, pacing. If he's lying, we've lost nothing. Extra preparation against external threats is always valuable. If he's telling the truth, we might be the only thing standing between our world and something beyond imagination. That's assuming we can trust any of his information, Hermione pointed out. I'm not assuming anything. I'm verifying. Harry gestured at the text spread across the table. The Council's records confirm the convergence cycle. The Greengrass archives confirm the first warden's death during an incursion. Everything he told me can be checked against sources he couldn't have influenced. And the things in the darkness? The entities? That's harder to verify. But Thorncroft mentioned them too, independently, before I ever spoke to the Hollow King. Either they're both lying, or there's really something out there. The room was quiet as everyone processed the implications. Finally, Neville spoke. What do we do? Harry looked at his friends, his allies, his anchors. The people who'd followed him into danger without hesitation, who'd bound themselves to his power without knowing where it would lead. We get stronger, he said. All of us. The anchor ritual connected you to the Nexus, that connection can be deepened, developed. If the convergence is coming, we need everyone operating at peak capacity. And the Hollow King? I'm going to talk to him again. Not to trust him, to understand him. If he really does have information we need, I want to extract it. And if he's playing a game? Harry's expression hardened. Then I want to know the rules. January brought more snow and the return of the student body. Harry watched them file back into the castle, hundreds of children who had no idea what was building beneath their feet, and felt the weight of responsibility settle more heavily on his shoulders. He'd spent the holiday researching, training, preparing. His control over the ley lines had grown stronger, more precise. He could feel the prison's bindings with perfect clarity now, could sense the Hollow King's presence like a pressure at the back of his mind. And he could feel something else. Something in the darkness beyond the barriers, something that watched and waited and hungered. The convergence was coming. He was certain of it now. The question was whether he'd be ready. The dreams came more frequently in February. The Hollow King showed him things, fragments of history, glimpses of power, techniques that no living wizard remembered. Some of it was clearly manipulation, attempts to shape Harry's thinking. But some of it was genuine knowledge, information that Harry verified through independent sources. He learned about the original construction of the prison, how Morwenna had woven her own essence into the bindings to make them self-sustaining. He learned about the entities beyond the barriers, their nature and weaknesses, the ways previous wardens had repelled their incursions. He learned about the convergence itself, how the magical tides shifted every millennium, creating windows of vulnerability that required specific preparations. And he learned about himself. You're adapting faster than anyone I've ever seen, the Hollow King said during one of their conversations. The Nexus should have overwhelmed you by now, burned away your human limitations. Instead, you're integrating it, making it part of yourself without losing what makes you, you. Is that unusual? It's unprecedented. Every warden I've observed, and I've observed several, over the centuries, has eventually been consumed by the power they carried. The lucky ones died before it drove them mad. The unlucky ones became like you. The Hollow King's smile was bitter. No one becomes like me. I'm unique in my particular brand of tragedy. But they found their own versions of it, isolation, detachment, the gradual erosion of everything that connected them to humanity. And you don't see that happening to me? Not yet. You have anchors, real connections, not just magical bonds but emotional ones. People who keep you grounded, remind you what you're fighting for. The Hollow King's expression was almost wistful. I never had that. I was brilliant and ambitious and so very alone. By the time I realized what I was missing, it was too late. That sounds like sympathy seeking. It is. I'm very good at it. The admission was startlingly honest. But it's also true. The tragedy of my existence isn't what I became, it's what I lost to become it. Every memory of love, every moment of genuine connection, every spark of humanity, all of it, stripped away, leaving nothing but power and endless, endless time. Harry considered this. If you could go back, if you could choose differently, would you? Every day. Every moment. I would give anything to feel what I felt before, even if it meant giving up everything I am now. The Hollow King's voice broke slightly. But that's not an option. There is no going back. There's only forward, into whatever comes next. And what comes next? The convergence. The things in the darkness making their move. And you, young warden, standing between them and everything worth protecting. The Hollow King met his eyes. When that moment comes, and it will come soon, you'll have to make choices I couldn't. Choose connection over isolation. Choose humanity over power. Choose to remain what you are, even when becoming something else would be easier. And if I can't? Then you'll end up like me. And the world will burn anyway. March brought the attack. Harry sensed at the moment the barriers began to strain, a pressure from beyond reality, something vast and hungry pressing against the ley lines with terrible force. The sensation was like nothing he'd ever experienced, a wrongness that resonated through every cell of his body. He was in the great hall when it hit, surrounded by students eating breakfast, completely unprepared for the magnitude of the assault. The castle screamed. Not literally, stone doesn't have vocal cords, but the ley lines howled with alarm. And Harry felt the sound in his bones. The enchanted ceiling, usually calm and pleasant, fractured into chaos, storm clouds boiling, lightning cracking, glimpses of something dark and terrible beyond. Everyone out. Harry's voice cracked through the room, amplified by the ley lines. Prefects, get the students to their common rooms. Now. Chaos erupted. Students screamed, scrambled for exits, knocked each other over in their panic. The staff table was a flurry of movement, McGonagall directing traffic, Flitwick casting protection spells, Dumbledore rising with terrible purpose on his face. But Harry didn't have time to worry about evacuation. He could feel the breach forming, somewhere in the depths of the castle, something was forcing its way through the barriers, and if he didn't stop it, it wouldn't matter how many students reached safety. He ran. The castle opened paths before him, stairs rearranging, walls sliding aside. Harry descended faster than should have been possible, the ley lines propelling him toward the breach with desperate urgency. He found it 3 levels below the Nexus chamber, a tear in reality itself, edges burning with colors that didn't exist in normal space. Through the tear, he could see something. A shape that hurt to look at, a presence that radiated wrongness like heat from a fire. And it was coming through. Harry reached for the ley lines and threw everything he had at the breach. Power flooded through him, more power than he'd ever channeled, more than he'd known he could hold. The energy was overwhelming, filling every cell, every thought, threatening to burn him away from the inside out. But he held on. He had to. The breach fought him. The entity on the other side pushed against his will, its alien consciousness pressing against his mind with crushing weight. Images flooded through the contact, vast spaces between stars, civilizations rising and falling, the patient hunger of something that measured time in eons. It was old. Older than the ley lines. Older than the earth itself. And it wanted in. You cannot stop us, the presence communicated, not in words but in concepts that burned themselves into Harry's awareness. The barriers weaken. The cycle turns. What was sealed will be opened. Not today. Harry threw everything into the denial, not just power, but will. Belief. The certainty that this world, this reality, this castle full of children eating breakfast, all of it mattered. All of it was worth protecting. The entity recoiled. Just slightly, just enough, but it recoiled. And in that moment of retreat, Harry acted. He didn't seal the breach. He couldn't, the thing was too strong, and he was already burning through reserves he didn't know he had. Instead, he did something different. He pulled. Not the entity through the breach, that would have been catastrophic, but the energy it was using to force its way in. He grabbed the alien power and redirected it, channeling it into the ley lines, adding it to the barriers instead of letting it tear them down. The entity screamed, a psychic howl of frustration and surprise, and the breach snapped shut. Harry collapsed. He woke in the hospital wing again. That was becoming a pattern. 3 hours this time, Madame Pomfrey said. Better than 3 days, I suppose. Though I'm not sure how much more of this my heart can take. What happened? After the breach closed. The castle stabilized. Whatever you did, it worked. The wards are actually stronger now than they were before the attack. She gave him a sharp look. Several people would like explanations. Professor Dumbledore has been waiting very patiently, all things considered. Harry pushed himself upright. His body ached, but it was a clean pain, exertion rather than damage. The ley lines hummed beneath him, healthy and strong, filled with the energy he'd stolen from the attacking entity. Send him in. Dumbledore entered with his characteristic calm, though Harry could see concern beneath the composed surface. The headmaster settled into a chair beside the bed, blue eyes searching Harry's face. That was quite a performance, my boy. It was quite an attack. Yes. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I felt the breach form. Felt the presence of something unprecedented. By the time I reached the lower levels, you had already closed it. You wouldn't have been able to help. No offense. None taken. I am quite aware of my limitations. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Harry, what was that thing? Something from beyond the barriers. Something that's been waiting for the convergence, for the moment when the ley lines weaken enough to force entry. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. There are more of them. This was just a test, a probe to measure our defenses. The real assault is still coming. When? I don't know exactly. Soon. Within the year, probably. Harry hesitated, then made a decision. I need to tell you everything. About the ley lines, the prison, the Hollow King, all of it. I've been keeping secrets, and that needs to stop. I appreciate the trust. It's not trust. It's practicality. Harry's voice was flat. I almost died down there. If I had, no one else would have known enough to handle what's coming. That's an unacceptable risk. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then tell me. Everything. Harry told him. The conversation lasted hours. Dumbledore listened without interruption as Harry explained the bonding, the ley lines, the prison beneath the castle. He heard about the Hollow King, his history, his warnings, his claims about the convergence. He learned about the anchor ritual, the 23 students connected to the Nexus, the responsibilities Harry had accumulated. When Harry finished, the headmaster was silent for a long moment. I have been a fool, Dumbledore said finally. Sir. All these years, I thought I understood Hogwarts. Thought I knew its secrets, its history, its purpose. Instead, I was playing on the surface while depths I couldn't imagine existed beneath my feet. Dumbledore shook his head. The founders were far more than I realized. And you, Harry, you've become far more than any of us anticipated. I didn't choose this. Few of us choose our burdens. We simply bear them as best we can. Dumbledore's eyes were gentle. I owe you an apology. For the secrets I kept, the manipulations I employed, the ways I treated you as a piece on a board rather than a person. I thought I was protecting you. Instead, I was leaving you unprepared for challenges that would have destroyed a lesser soul. I'm still angry about some of that. You should be. I earned your anger. Dumbledore rose from his chair. But perhaps we can move forward differently. As allies, rather than mentor and pupil. Partners in protecting what we both love. Harry considered the offer. Part of him wanted to reject it, to hold on to the resentment, the sense of betrayal. But that was the kind of thinking that led to isolation, to the path the Hollow King had walked. Allies, he agreed. But I lead the defense of the castle. That's not negotiable. I wouldn't dream of suggesting otherwise. You are the warden. This is your domain. Dumbledore smiled slightly. I will offer advice when asked, support when needed, and restraint when appropriate. Is that acceptable? It's a start. The months that followed were a blur of preparation. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing his connection to the ley lines to its limits. The energy he'd absorbed from the attacking entity had fundamentally enhanced his capabilities. He could feel the power waiting inside him, vast and strange, still partially alien but integrating more each day. The DA evolved from a study group into something more serious. Harry taught them not just defensive magic but the principles of warding, barrier work, the techniques he'd developed for channeling Nexus energy. The 23 anchors became his inner circle, their connection to the ley lines deepening through constant practice. Daphne emerged as his second-in-command, her analytical mind and political instincts complementing his raw power. Their relationship had shifted over the winter months, from alliance to friendship to something neither of them had named but both acknowledged in quiet moments. "You're getting stronger," she observed one evening, watching him practice in the room of requirement. "The ley lines respond to you faster now. More completely. I'm learning to think the way they think. To feel what they feel." Harry lowered his hands, letting the magical exercise dissipate. "It's changing me, Daphne. Not in bad ways, not like the Hollow King warned about, but I'm different than I was 6 months ago. Everyone changes. Not like this. I can feel the barriers now, constantly, like a second heartbeat. I know when something's pressing against them, even when I'm asleep. I'm becoming part of the castle in a way that goes beyond the original bonding." Daphne moved closer, taking his hand. "Does that scare you?" "Sometimes. But mostly." Harry struggled to find the right words. "Mostly it feels right. Like this is what I was always supposed to be. Like all the terrible things that happened, the Dursleys, Voldemort, everything, were just preparation for this moment. That's either very profound or very disturbing. Can it be both?" She laughed, and the sound warmed something in Harry's chest. This was what the Hollow King had lost, he realized. This simple moment of connection, of shared joy, of being truly seen by another person. It was worth more than all the power in the world. "When the attack comes," Daphne said, her voice growing serious, "what happens to us?" "The anchors. You help me hold the line. Your power joins mine, strengthening the barriers." Harry squeezed her hand. "I won't let anything happen to you. To any of you. I know." Her eyes met his, steady and sure. "But what if something happens to you?" Harry was quiet for a long moment. He'd thought about this, late at night when sleep wouldn't come. The possibility, the probability, that defending the Nexus would eventually cost him his life. "Then you carry on," he said finally. "The anchor connection doesn't require me to maintain it, it's part of the Nexus now. If I die, you'll still be connected. Still able to protect the castle." "That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have." Harry turned to face her fully. "I'm going to do everything I can to survive this. But I won't pretend there's no risk. The things coming through those barriers, they're not human. They don't think like we do, don't value what we value. Fighting them isn't like fighting Voldemort or the Ministry. It's like fighting the ocean. Then we'll be the shore." Daphne's voice was fierce. "Unmovable. Unbreakable. Whatever crashes against us, we hold." Harry kissed her then, the first real kiss between them, after months of dancing around the possibility. It was gentle and fierce and everything he didn't know he needed. When they separated, both breathing hard, Daphne's smile was brilliant. "Took you long enough, Potter. I was being strategic. You were being dense." She kissed him again, briefer this time. "But I'll forgive you. This once." April brought warmth to the Scottish Highlands and increasing pressure on the barriers. Harry felt them constantly now, the probing attacks, the testing of defenses, the growing presence of things waiting beyond. The entities had learned from their first failed incursion. They were being more careful now, more methodical. But they were also getting closer. The weak points are multiplying, Elder Ashworth reported during one of her visits. The council had become a regular presence at Hogwarts, their opposition transformed into cautious support. The barriers are holding, but the stress is showing. We estimate major breach potential within 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Harry stared at the chart she'd brought. Can we reinforce before then? Marginally. The anchor ritual bought us time, but that time is running out. If you want a permanent solution, I have to go down there. Face the Hollow King directly. Yes. Harry had known this was coming. Had been preparing for it, in his own way, through all the conversations and dreams and careful gathering of information. But knowing something was coming wasn't the same as being ready for it. What happens if I lose? Ashworth's expression was grave. The prison collapses. The Hollow King is released into a world whose barriers are already failing. The entities beyond force their way through. And everything, is lost. No pressure, then. I wish I could offer more hope. Ashworth's voice softened. But Harry, you've done things no one thought possible. You've held this castle together through attacks that would have destroyed lesser wardens. If anyone can face the Hollow King and win, it's you. You believe that? I believe that you're our best chance. Perhaps our only one. Harry looked at the charts, the numbers, the clinical assessment of approaching doom. Then he set them aside and met Ashworth's eyes. I'll need 3 weeks to prepare. Get the council's best researchers working on anything that might help, binding rituals, containment strategies, historical precedents. Everything they have. And after 3 weeks. Harry's expression hardened with resolve. I go down and finish this. One way or another. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Weight of Crowns. The ministry delegation arrived on a Tuesday. Harry sensed them the moment they passed through the gates, a procession of black robes and grim faces, led by Cornelius Fudge himself. The minister looked smaller than Harry remembered, diminished by the weight of events he couldn't control and barely understood. Beside him walked Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, and behind them came a contingent of Aurors that numbered at least 20. They're not here to arrest you, Daphne said, watching from the window beside him. The political situation won't allow it. But they want something. They want control. Same as always. Harry turned from the window. Let's not keep them waiting. They met in the Great Hall, which had been hastily converted into something resembling a formal receiving room. Dumbledore sat at the center of the staff table, flanked by McGonagall and Flitwick. The council had sent representatives as well, Elder Ashworth and Marcus Selwyn, their presence a silent statement of Harry's legitimacy. Harry walked in last, deliberately late, and felt the room's attention shift like a physical force. Fudge stood when he entered, and there was something desperate in the minister's eyes. Mr. Potter. Thank you for agreeing to meet. Minister. Harry didn't sit. What can I do for the ministry? Perhaps we could discuss this privately. No. The word was flat, final. Whatever you have to say, you can say in front of everyone here. I'm done with secrets. Fudge's jaw tightened, but... He nodded. Very well. The ministry has become aware of unusual events surrounding Hogwarts. Magical disturbances that our detection systems have registered across the entire country. We require an explanation. You require one. Harry raised an eyebrow. The ministry doesn't have jurisdiction over Hogwarts' internal affairs. That's been established law for 900 years. This goes beyond internal affairs. The disturbances were the result of an attack on the castle by extradimensional entities. Harry watched the color drain from Fudge's face. I repelled the attack. The castle is secure. You're welcome. Silence. Amelia Bones leaned forward, her expression sharp. Extradimensional entities. Would you care to elaborate? Things that exist beyond the normal boundaries of our reality. They've been pressing against the barriers for centuries, but the pressure is increasing. A major incursion is expected within weeks. Harry met her eyes steadily. The defenses of Hogwarts are the primary thing keeping them out. I'm responsible for those defenses. You're a student, Fudge sputtered. A 15-year-old boy, who is bonded to the ley lines that power those defenses. Yes, Minister, I'm aware of my age. It doesn't change the facts. Bones held up a hand, silencing Fudge. Mr. Potter. The information you're describing, assuming it's accurate, represents a threat to magical Britain far beyond anything we've previously encountered. You can't expect us to simply take your word for it. I don't expect anything from the Ministry. Harry's voice was cold. You spent the last year calling me a liar and trying to have me expelled. Your senior undersecretary tortured students with blood quills. Forgive me if I'm not particularly interested in your expectations. Umbrage has been dealt with, after I handed you evidence you couldn't ignore. Not before. Harry stepped closer to the table. Let me be clear about something. The threats facing this school, this country, this reality, they don't care about ministry politics. They don't care who's minister or which laws are on the books. They will come, and they will try to destroy everything, and when that happens, the only thing standing between them and victory will be me and the people who've chosen to stand with me. He looked around the room, meeting each set of eyes in turn. You can help us, or you can stay out of the way. Those are your options. But if you try to interfere, if you try to take control of something you don't understand, you will make things worse. And I will stop you. The silence that followed was absolute. Fudge opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Whatever he'd planned to say had clearly been derailed by Harry's bluntness. Amelia Bones, however, was made of sterner stuff. What would helping look like? Harry blinked. He hadn't expected that question, not from the Ministry, not so quickly. Resources. The Council has researchers who've been studying the barriers for centuries, but they're limited in number. The Ministry has archives, specialists, people who could contribute to our understanding of what we're facing. He paused. And when the attack comes, we'll need defenders. People willing to fight for something larger than political advantage. You're asking us to commit horrors to a battle we don't understand, against enemies we've never seen, on the word of a teenager who, by your own admission, has been training in secret and accumulating power without oversight. Yes. Bones stared at him for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, she smiled. At least you're honest about it. She stood, brushing off her robes. Minister, I recommend we establish a formal liaison with Mr. Potter's operation. Limited involvement at first, observers, researchers, nothing that commits us irrevocably. But we should be prepared to escalate if his claims prove accurate. Amelia, the alternative is ignoring a potential threat until it's too late to respond. We did that with you-know-who's return. I don't intend to make the same mistake twice. Fudge looked like he wanted to argue, but something in Bones' expression stopped him. The minister had never been a strong leader, his talent was for politics, not policy, and in this moment, facing forces he couldn't begin to comprehend, he deferred to someone who seemed to know what she was doing. Very well. Establish the liaison. Fudge turned to Harry, his expression sour. But understand, Mr. Potter, this arrangement is conditional. If we determine that you've been exaggerating the threat, or if your activities endanger the public, then you'll do what you always do. Blame someone else for your failures. Harry smiled without warmth. Don't worry, Minister. When this is over, you can take all the credit. I don't care about credit. I care about survival. The summit convened 3 days later. Representatives from 7 magical governments arrived at Hogwarts, their delegations filling the guest quarters and straining the castle's hospitality. The French contingent came with formal robes and formal expressions. The Germans brought researchers and thick files of documentation. The Americans sent a single woman who radiated quiet competence and carried more magical detection equipment than Harry had ever seen in one place. The Warden's Council attended in force, not just Ashworth and Marcus, but Elder Thorncroft and a half-dozen specialists whose expertise ranged from barrier magic to entity containment. They set up shop in an unused classroom, covering the walls with charts and diagrams that mapped the barrier's current state. And the ICW sent an observer, an ancient wizard named Shen Wei who spoke rarely but whose eyes missed nothing. Harry found himself at the center of it all, pulled in a dozen directions by people who wanted briefings, demonstrations, explanations. He answered questions until his voice grew hoarse, showed delegations the upper foundation levels, explained the anchor ritual and the bond and the nature of the threats they faced. By the third day, he was exhausted. "You need to rest," Daphne said, finding him in the room of requirement past midnight. "You're no good to anyone if you collapse. There's too much to do. There's always too much to do. That's what delegating is for." She sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. "The French researchers have started collaborating with the Council. Madame Bones has assigned a team of Aurors to train with your DA members. Things are moving without you pushing every single piece. It doesn't feel that way. It never does, for people like you." Daphne's voice was gentle. "You've spent your whole life handling crises alone, solving problems that no one else could solve. Letting go of that, trusting others to carry part of the weight, it's hard. But you have to learn." Harry leaned against her, letting some of the tension drain from his shoulders. "When did you get so wise?" "I've always been wise. You just weren't paying attention." He laughed, and it felt good, felt human, in a way that had become increasingly rare. The ley lines hummed beneath him, but for this moment, he set them aside. Just a boy, sitting with a girl he cared about, stealing a few minutes of peace before the storm. "I talked to the Hollow King again last night," he said quietly. Daphne stiffened but didn't pull away. "What did he say?" "He's afraid. Really, genuinely afraid, not of me, but of what's coming. The entities beyond the barriers, he's seen them before. In visions, in the mathematics of the ley lines, in patterns that span millennia. He knows what they're capable of. And he offered to help. To add his power to mine when the attack comes, to fight alongside me instead of against me." Daphne was silent for a long moment. "Do you believe him?" "I believe he's afraid. I believe he'd rather face whatever's coming with allies than alone. But trust him?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know if I can ever trust him. He's had 1,000 years to learn manipulation. Everything he says could be calculated to produce exactly the response he wants. But I might not have a choice. The entities are stronger than me, I felt that during the first attack. Without the power he represents, I'm not sure I can hold them back. Then we find another way. There has to be another way. Maybe. But I haven't found it yet." Harry turned to look at her, really look, memorizing the lines of her face. "If something happens to me, don't." "Daphne, no." Her voice was fierce. "I am not having this conversation. You are not going to die down there. You are going to face whatever needs to be faced, and you are going to win, and then you are going to come back to me. That's not negotiable. I want that too. But, no buts. No contingencies. No just-in-case speeches." She took his face in her hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. "You are Harry Potter. You have survived everything this world has thrown at you. You will survive this too." Harry stared at her, at the conviction in her expression, the absolute refusal to accept any other outcome. "How are you so sure?" "Because I know you. Because I've watched you face impossible odds and find ways through them that no one else could see. Because you're the most stubborn, determined, infuriatingly persistent person I've ever met." She smiled slightly. And because I refuse to believe that we found each other just to lose everything now. The universe isn't that cruel. It might be. Then we'll prove it wrong. She kissed him, and for a moment, the weight of worlds lifted from his shoulders. The attack came at dawn on the fourth day of the summit. Harry felt it like a knife in his mind, barriers screaming, ley lines convulsing, something vast and terrible pressing against reality with all its ancient strength. This wasn't a probe, wasn't a test. This was the real thing. He was running before he fully processed what was happening, the castle opening paths ahead of him. Behind him, alarms sounded, magical warnings that echoed through every corridor, pulling delegates and defenders from their beds. All anchors to the Nexus chamber. Harry's voice carried through the bond, reaching the 23 people connected to his power. Everyone else, defensive positions in the Great Hall. The response was immediate. He felt his anchors converging from across the castle, Ron from Gryffindor Tower, Hermione from the library, Neville from the greenhouses. Daphne was already close, having been with him moments before. They gathered at the entrance to the lower levels, faces grim but determined. Multiple breach points, Marcus reported, his council training evident in his clipped tone. The entities are coordinating, hitting several sections of the barrier simultaneously. They've learned from the first attack. Can the outer defenses hold? Maybe. But they're just the first layer. If any of those breaches widen enough for full manifestation, then we stop them before that happens. Harry looked at his anchors, his friends, his allies, the people who'd chosen to stand with him. Stay connected. Channel whatever power you can. Don't try to fight directly, just support me. They descended together. The Nexus chamber was chaos. 7 points of brilliant light marked the ley line's convergence, but those lights were flickering, pulsing with irregular rhythms as the barriers strained against the assault. Harry could see the breach points now, 3 major tiers in reality, each one letting through glimpses of the darkness beyond. And through those tiers, things were coming. They weren't physical in the normal sense, couldn't be, not fully, not with the barriers still partially intact. But they projected presence, will, hunger that manifested as pressure against Harry's mind. The largest breach was nearly wide enough to admit something substantial. Harry reached for the ley lines and threw himself into the fight. Power flooded through him, not just his own, but the combined strength of 23 anchors, feeding their energy into his bond. It was overwhelming, intoxicating, more than he'd ever channeled before. It still wasn't enough. The entities pushed back, their collective will pressing against his defenses with crushing force. Harry felt himself losing ground, the breaches widening millimeter by millimeter despite everything he threw at them. You cannot hold, the darkness whispered. You are one. We are legion. This world will fall as countless others have fallen. Not today. But the denial felt hollow. He was burning through reserves at an impossible rate, and the attack showed no signs of weakening. Harry. Daphne's voice cut through the chaos. Something's happening in the prison. He spared a fraction of attention for the deeper levels, and felt his blood run cold. The Hollow King's cell was open. Not broken, opened. Deliberately, from the inside. And the ancient entity was rising through the foundations, his power a dark counterpoint to the ley line's light, heading directly for the Nexus chamber. Harry faced a terrible choice. Maintain his defense against the external attack and hope the Hollow King didn't strike at his back. Or turn to face the internal threat and risk the breaches widening to the point of no return. Neither option was good. Both might be fatal. The Hollow King arrived before Harry could decide. He materialized at the edge of the chamber, his form more solid than Harry had ever seen it, no longer flickering, no longer uncertain. 1,000 years of accumulated power given shape and purpose. Well, the Hollow King said, surveying the chaos. This is quite a mess. Stay back. Harry's voice was strained. If you try to interfere, interfere. The ancient entity laughed. Boy, I'm here to help. And before Harry could respond, the Hollow King raised his hands and added his power to the defense. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Where Harry had been struggling to hold 3 breaches simultaneously, the combined force of his power and the Hollow King slammed into the entities with overwhelming strength. The tears in reality didn't just stop widening, they began to close, inch by agonizing inch, as the darkness was pushed back. Impossible, the entities screamed. The prisoner is bound, he cannot aid you. The binding was never about preventing aid, the Hollow King's mental voice was calm, almost amused. It was about preventing escape. I can still act within these walls, as I've always been able to. I simply chose not to. Why now? Harry demanded, even as he continued pushing against the breaches. Why help after 1,000 years of opposition? Because your enemies are my enemies, young warden. Because if they break through, they'll destroy everything, including my prison. And because... The Hollow King's voice softened. Because you reminded me of something I'd forgotten. What it means to choose connection over isolation. The largest breach snapped shut with a sound like reality sighing in relief. Then the second. Then the third. The attack was over. Harry collapsed the moment the last breach closed, his body giving out from the strain of channeling so much power. He felt hands catch him, Daphne, he thought, and Ron, lowering him gently to the floor. Is it done? Someone asked. For now. The Hollow King's voice came from nearby, weary but satisfied. They'll try again, of course. They always try again. But they've suffered losses today, entities don't reform easily, and we destroyed several outright. It will be years before they can mount another assault of this magnitude. Years? That was Hermione, her voice skeptical. How do you know? Because I've been watching them for a millennium, child. I know their patterns, their limitations, their strategies. Today was their best chance, the convergence window at its widest, the barriers at their weakest. They failed. By the time they recover, the window will have closed. Harry forced his eyes open, staring up at the ancient entity that had been his enemy and was now, something else. Why? He asked again. The Hollow King met his gaze. In this moment, with power exhausted and pretense stripped away, he looked almost human. Almost like the young man he'd been before transformation claimed him. Because you showed me something I didn't know was possible, he said. You held on to your humanity despite the power. You built connections, maintained relationships, remained who you were even as you became something more. For 1,000 years, I believed that was impossible, that power and humanity couldn't coexist, that becoming more than human meant becoming less than human. He paused, something like wonder in his ancient eyes. You proved me wrong. And if I was wrong about that, perhaps I was wrong about other things too. Perhaps isolation isn't the only path. Perhaps connection, even for something like me, is still possible. You want, friends. I want to not be alone. The admission was raw, vulnerable. I've been alone for so long, Harry. Longer than you can imagine. Every decade, every century, every millennium, just me, and the darkness, and the endless weight of what I'd become. The Hollow King's form flickered, showing glimpses of the man beneath the monster. You offered me something I didn't know I needed. You talked to me like a person, not a threat. You tried to understand rather than simply destroy. And today, when you could have let the entities through, could have used the chaos to escape or seize power, you fought to protect the same world that imprisoned you. The world didn't imprison me. The founders did. With the world's blessing. With the knowledge that future generations would forget you, would tell stories of the monster beneath the castle, would never know the tragedy behind the terror. Harry's voice was steady despite his exhaustion. I know what that feels like. Being the villain in everyone else's story. Being feared for what you are rather than who you are. Silence stretched between them, ancient entity and young warden, two creatures bound to the same power, both struggling with burdens they'd never asked to carry. What happens now? Daphne asked, breaking the moment. The Hollow King turned to her, and something like respect showed in his eyes. Now we rebuild. The barriers need reinforcement. The ley lines need healing. And certain understandings need to be renegotiated. You mean the prison? I mean everything. The Hollow King's form solidified further, taking on more human proportions. I'm not asking for release, I know that's not possible, not without consequences none of us want. But perhaps the prison could be modified. Made less a cage and more a residence. Somewhere I can exist without complete isolation, can contribute to the defense without being treated as just another threat. Harry considered this. It was dangerous, no question. The Hollow King was still powerful, still ancient, still capable of manipulation that Harry couldn't begin to detect. But he'd also just saved everyone. Had added his power to the defense when he could have used the chaos to escape. Had chosen connection over isolation, just as he'd advised Harry to do. We'll talk about it, Harry said finally. After I've recovered. After we've dealt with the aftermath of today. But yes, we'll talk. The Hollow King smiled, and for the first time since Harry had known him, the expression seemed genuine. That's all I ask. The aftermath was chaotic but manageable. The international delegations had witnessed the attack from the Great Hall, protected by the castle's inner wards while Harry and his anchors fought in the depths. Several had contributed their own power to the defense, channeling energy through the council's specialists into the barrier network. Now they gathered in the Great Hall again, this time as something closer to allies than observers. That was. The American representative, Sarah Chen, searched for words. I've been hunting dark creatures for 30 years. I've never seen anything like what came through those breaches. Few have, Elder Ashworth replied. The entities exist beyond normal reality. They rarely manifest so directly. But they will again. Eventually. Though Mr. Potter's defense today will have bought us considerable time. Ashworth's gaze found Harry, who had insisted on attending despite barely being able to stand. Perhaps decades, if the barriers are properly reinforced. And this Hollow King? That was the French delegate, his accent thick with concern. He aided the defense, you say, but surely he cannot be trusted. He can't, Harry interrupted. But trust isn't the same as alliance. The Hollow King helped today because our enemies are his enemies. That doesn't make him our friend. It makes him a resource we need to manage carefully. You speak of managing an entity that has existed for a millennium as if it were a simple matter. Nothing about this is simple. But it's what we have to work with. Harry straightened, drawing on reserves he didn't really have. The convergence window is closing. The entity's assault failed. We have time now, time to strengthen defenses, develop new strategies, prepare for whatever comes next. And you believe you can lead this effort? A boy of 15. I believe I'm the one bonded to the ley lines that power our primary defense. I believe I'm the one who just helped fight off an invasion that would have destroyed everything. And I believe that age matters a lot less than capability when the world is at stake. Harry looked around the room, meeting each set of eyes in turn. I'm not asking to rule anything. I'm not seeking power for its own sake. But when it comes to Hogwarts, to the Nexus, to the barriers that keep those things out, I'm the warden. That's not negotiable. Anyone who wants to help is welcome. Anyone who wants to interfere. He let the sentence hang, unfinished. The delegates exchanged glances. Some were skeptical, some thoughtful, some clearly calculating political advantage. But none of them argued. The ICW will need to be informed, Amelia Bones said finally. But I believe Madam Chen's assessment is accurate. What we witnessed today was unprecedented. Traditional protocols don't apply. Agreed, said the German delegate. My government will want assurances, documentation, formal agreements. But we're prepared to cooperate. The alternative is clearly unacceptable. One by one, the delegations voiced their support. Cautious, conditional, hedged with reservations, but support nonetheless. Harry listened, nodded, said the appropriate things. Inside, he felt nothing but exhaustion. They'd won. Somehow, against all odds, they'd won. But this was just the first battle. The war would continue for decades, maybe centuries. And Harry would be at the center of it for as long as he lived. He caught Daphne's eye across the room. She smiled, and some of the weight lifted. He wasn't alone. That was what mattered. That was what made any of this bearable. 3 days later, Harry descended to the prison again. The Hollow King was waiting, his form more stable than ever, seated in a chair that hadn't existed before. The library around him had changed too, less infinite, more personal. Shelves of specific books, artifacts from a life lived centuries ago, paintings that might have been portraits of people he'd known. You're redecorating, Harry observed. I'm remembering. The Hollow King gestured, and a second chair materialized. Please. Sit. You're still recovering, and I have no desire to watch you collapse again. Harry sat, too tired to argue about accepting hospitality from his former enemy. I spoke to the council, he said. And Dumbledore. And about a dozen other people who have opinions about what should happen to you. Let me guess. Most of them want me destroyed, contained more tightly, or studied like a particularly dangerous specimen. Some. Not all. Harry met the ancient entity's eyes. Elder Ashworth suggested something interesting. A modification to the prison that would allow limited interaction with the outside world, carefully monitored, heavily warded, but genuine contact with other beings. Isolation has always been the cruelest part of my punishment. Taking it away would be a reward you haven't necessarily earned. Harry's voice hardened. You helped during the attack, yes. But you've also spent centuries testing the bindings, trying to escape, influencing people like Tom Riddle. The good doesn't erase the bad. No. It doesn't. The Hollow King inclined his head. What would you require, young warden? What price for this partial mercy? Information. Everything you know about the entities, about the barriers, about threats to the Nexus that haven't manifested yet. Complete transparency about your capabilities and intentions. That's a great deal of trust to ask for. I'm not asking for trust. I'm offering a transaction. Harry leaned forward. You want connection. I need information. We can help each other, as allies, not friends, until something changes. And if I try to manipulate the arrangement? Use my limited freedom to scheme and plot as you clearly expect me to. Then I seal you back up and we return to the old status quo. Harry's expression was implacable. This is your chance to prove you've changed. Don't waste it. The Hollow King was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. You really are extraordinary, you know. The founders would have simply reinforced the bindings and walked away. Dumbledore would have sought to understand me in abstract, from a safe distance. But you're willing to engage directly. To risk manipulation in exchange for potential alliance. I'm willing to try something new. The old approaches haven't worked, the prison has been weakening for centuries despite everything the council has done. Maybe what we need isn't stronger walls, but a different relationship entirely. Perhaps you're right. The Hollow King rose, his form shifting, becoming somehow less threatening. I accept your terms, young warden. Complete transparency, in exchange for limited freedom. And if I break our agreement? I'll know. The ley lines will tell me. Yes. They will. The Hollow King extended his hand, a gesture that seemed to cost him something, an acknowledgement of equality he hadn't offered in a millennium. "Shall we begin again, then? Not as prisoner and jailer, but as something new?" Harry took the hand. It was cool, not quite solid, but real enough. "Something new," he agreed. Summer came to Hogwarts with warmth and change. The school year ended with final exams that seemed absurdly trivial after everything Harry had experienced. He sat through Transfiguration practicals and History of Magic essays, knowing that whatever marks he received meant nothing compared to the real tests he'd already passed. Daphne found him on the astronomy tower the night before students were scheduled to leave. "You're brooding again." "I'm thinking. There's a difference." "You say that every time." She leaned against the railing beside him. "What's on your mind?" "Next year. The year after. The next decade." Harry gestured at the ground spread below them, peaceful and beautiful in the summer twilight. "Everything's changed. I've changed. And I don't know how to go back to being normal." "Maybe you're not supposed to." Daphne took his hand. "Maybe normal was never the point. Maybe you were always meant for something bigger." "That sounds like destiny." "I've never believed in destiny." "Neither have I. But I believe in you." She turned to face him, her expression serious. "You saved the world, Harry. You held together when everything was falling apart, and you found a way through that no one else could have found. That's not destiny, that's you. Your choices, your determination, your refusal to give up. I had help. Everyone has help. That doesn't diminish what you accomplished." She squeezed his hand. "What happens next?" Harry looked out at the grounds, at the castle that had become so much more than a school. He could feel the ley lines humming beneath him, the barriers strong and stable, the nexus pulsing with renewed power. In the depths, the Hollow King waited, not quite an ally, not quite an enemy, but something new. Something they'd have to figure out together. "I come back next year," he said finally. "I finish my education, or whatever version of education applies to someone in my situation. I keep learning, keep growing, keep preparing for whatever threats emerge next." "And us?" Harry turned to her, studying her face in the fading light. Beautiful, fierce, brilliant, everything he'd never known he needed until she'd appeared. "Us continues," he said. "Whatever else happens, that doesn't change." She smiled, and he kissed her, and for a moment, the weight of worlds lifted from his shoulders. There would be challenges ahead. Voldemort was still out there, his plans advancing while everyone focused on other threats. The entities beyond the barriers would eventually recover. The Hollow King's new arrangement would require constant vigilance. But Harry had allies now. Had friends. Had something that might be love, though neither of them had said the word yet. The war wasn't over. It would never really be over, there would always be something to fight, something to protect, something that needed the power he carried. But for tonight, in this moment, with Daphne beside him and the castle humming its contentment beneath his feet, Harry allowed himself to feel something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. The summer passed quickly. Harry spent most of it at Hogwarts, working with the council's researchers on barrier reinforcement and ley line maintenance. The Dursleys had sent a single, terse letter informing him that he was no longer welcome at Privet Drive, a development that bothered Harry not at all. Dumbledore arranged alternative accommodation within the castle, citing special circumstances that required Harry's presence. The headmaster had become a genuine ally in the weeks since the attack, his manipulative tendencies tempered by respect for what Harry had accomplished. "I spent years planning for your confrontation with Voldemort," Dumbledore admitted during one of their conversations. "Never once did I consider that your true purpose might be something far more significant. I'm not sure purpose is the right word. Perhaps not. But the ley lines chose you for a reason, Harry. Whatever happens with Tom Riddle, and I still believe that confrontation is coming, it will be secondary to the responsibility you now carry. That's a strange thing to hear from someone who's spent years preparing me for that fight. The universe rarely respects our preparations. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with something like rueful humor. I thought I understood the shape of things. I was wrong. The best I can do now is support you in whatever comes next. Even if it means changing your plans. Especially then. Plans are useful only insofar as they serve our goals. When reality proves them inadequate, we must adapt. Dumbledore smiled slightly. That's a lesson I've learned rather late in life. Thank you for teaching it to me. Ron and Hermione visited regularly, their presence a reminder of normalcy that Harry desperately needed. You know, Ron said during one of their afternoon sessions in the Room of Requirement, I always figured I'd be the sidekick in whatever adventure you ended up having. The loyal friend who helps the hero but doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. That's not, let me finish. Ron held up a hand. That's what I figured. But then this happened, and I became an anchor, and suddenly I'm connected to power that's older than civilization. I can feel the castle, Harry. Feel the ley lines, feel you and Hermione and everyone else in the network. It's overwhelming. Amazing. Ron's grin was genuine. For the first time in my life, I'm not just someone's sidekick. I'm part of something huge. Something that actually matters. You always mattered. Maybe. But this is different. This is purpose. Ron shook his head. I'm not explaining it well. But whatever happens next, with Voldemort, with the entities, with whatever else, I'm glad I'm part of it. Really glad. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he just nodded, and they sat in comfortable silence, two friends who'd grown into something more than either of them had expected. August brought news from the wider world. Voldemort had been quiet, too quiet, according to Dumbledore's sources. The Dark Lord was planning something, gathering forces, waiting for the right moment to strike. But the specifics remained unclear. He knows about you, the Hollow King reported during one of their sessions. About what you've become. My influence on him was always subtle, but I maintained enough connection to sense his reactions. He's concerned. Good. Perhaps. But concerned Voldemort is dangerous Voldemort. He'll try to find weaknesses, ways to neutralize your advantages before confronting you directly. Any suggestions? Stay within the castle as much as possible. Your power is nearly absolute here, but diminishes rapidly beyond the grounds. If he can lure you into the open. I know. I've been thinking about that. Harry frowned. The prophecy says I have to be the one to defeat him. But it doesn't say where or how. Maybe there's a way to bring the fight to Hogwarts. Dangerous. The Nexus is powerful, but it's also vulnerable. If Voldemort learned the right pressure points, then we make sure he doesn't learn them. Harry met the Hollow King's eyes. That's part of why I'm keeping you informed. If he somehow accesses your old influence, he won't. I've severed those connections entirely. Whatever happens between you and Tom Riddle, it will be on your own terms. The ancient entity paused. Though I may have some suggestions about his Horcruxes, if you're interested. Harry's attention sharpened. What do you know about them? More than anyone living. I may have inspired the original concept, in a roundabout way. Tom found references to my research in texts that should have been destroyed centuries ago. The Hollow King's expression was troubled. I never intended for that knowledge to spread. But here we are. Tell me everything. The 6th year began with a storm. Not literally, the September 1st journey to Hogwarts was pleasant enough, but metaphorically. Harry could feel tensions building in the wizarding world, pressures that would soon explode into conflict. Voldemort made his move in October. The attack came not at Hogwarts, but at the Ministry itself, a coordinated assault that killed dozens and left the government in chaos. Fudge fled. Scrimgeour, the new minister, lasted 3 weeks before being replaced by Pious Thickness, a man who turned out to be under the Imperious curse. The wizarding world fell, piece by piece, into Voldemort's control. But Hogwarts held. Harry reinforced the wards, drawing on everything he'd learned about barrier magic, adding layer upon layer of protection. The castle became a fortress, a sanctuary for those who resisted the new regime. Students whose families were targeted found safety within the walls. Teachers who refused to serve Voldemort's ministry kept their positions, protected by power the Death Eaters couldn't breach. "He's testing us," Harry told his inner circle during one of their strategy sessions. "Probing for weaknesses, looking for ways in. The attacks on the grounds are just pressure, he wants us to make mistakes. And if we don't?" Neville asked. "Then eventually he'll have to come himself. And when he does?" Harry smiled grimly. "We'll be ready." The final confrontation came in June. Voldemort arrived with his full force, Death Eaters, giants, dark creatures of every description. They surrounded the castle, 1,000 strong, ready to tear it down stone by stone if necessary. "Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice, magically amplified, echoed across the grounds. "This ends tonight. Come out and face me, or watch everyone you care about die." Harry stood on the castle steps, his allies behind him, the ley lines singing with power. "Come and get me, Tom." The battle that followed would be remembered for centuries. The Death Eaters broke against Hogwarts' defenses like waves against cliffs. Giants fell to coordinated spellfire from the defenders. Dark creatures met the castle's ancient protections and found themselves unequal to the challenge. And at the center of it all, Harry and Voldemort faced each other. "You've changed," Voldemort observed, circling. "More power than before. Different. What have you done to yourself?" "I've become what I needed to become." Harry's voice was calm. "You should have stayed hidden, Tom. You should have kept building your empire in the shadows. Coming here was a mistake. You think these walls protect you? You think your borrowed power makes you my equal? I think you're about to find out." Voldemort attacked with everything he had, killing curses, dark magic, spells that would have destroyed any normal wizard in seconds. Harry deflected them all, drawing on the ley line's infinite energy, using the castle itself as a weapon. The battle raged through the grounds, into the castle, down into the depths. Twice Voldemort came close to winning, his skill honed over decades of practice, his desperation lending him strength. Twice Harry rallied, pushed back, refused to give ground. And in the end, in the Nexus chamber itself, the 7 ley lines blazing with power around them, Harry found the opening he needed. "It's over, Tom." He held the Elder Wand, taken from Voldemort's hand by a combination of skill and the castle's intervention. "Your Horcruxes are destroyed. Your followers are scattered. You have nothing left. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot be defeated by a child, you were defeated by a baby." Harry raised the wand. Everything since then has just been cleanup. The killing curse met Voldemort's shield charm, and the magical backlash of their combined power created a moment of perfect silence. When it faded, only Harry remained standing. The aftermath was complicated, as aftermath always was. The Ministry needed rebuilding. The wizarding world needed healing. And Harry Potter, suddenly the most famous wizard in Britain, perhaps the world, needed to figure out what came next. "You could do anything," Daphne said, lying beside him in the grass by the Black Lake. Summer had come again, and with it something like peace. "Minister of Magic. Chief Warlock. Whatever you wanted." "I don't want any of that." "I know. But you could." Harry watched the clouds drift overhead, feeling the ley lines pulse beneath him. "I want to stay here. Teach, maybe, once I'm qualified. Keep watching the barriers. Make sure the Hollow King doesn't cause too much trouble." "That sounds quiet." "It sounds perfect." He turned to look at her. I've spent 6 years fighting for my life. Fighting to survive. I think I've earned some quiet. Daphne smiled, and it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Then that's what we'll do. Stay here. Build something. Live. Together. Obviously. She kissed him. You didn't think you were getting rid of me that easily. Harry laughed, and the sound was free, untroubled, full of possibilities. The war was over. The world was safe, for now, at least. And the future stretched before them, uncertain but bright. He was the warden of Hogwarts. The boy who lived. The man who'd faced impossible odds and somehow, improbably, won. But in this moment, lying in the grass with the woman he loved, he was just Harry. That was enough. The years passed, as years do. Harry taught defense against the dark arts, then ancient wards, then a specialized course on ley line magic that drew students from across the continent. He married Daphne in a ceremony at Hogwarts, surrounded by friends who'd become family. Children came, 3 of them, each with their own gifts, each carrying traces of the bond that connected their father to the castle. Harry watched them grow, taught them what he knew, prepared them for a world that would always need guardians. The Hollow King became something like a colleague. Not a friend, they were too different for that, but an ally who contributed more than he took. His knowledge, accumulated over millennia, proved invaluable in strengthening the barriers and preparing for future threats. And when those threats came, because they always came, in one form or another, Harry faced them with the power of the ley lines and the support of everyone he'd gathered around him. Not as a god. Not as something more than human. Just as a man who'd learned that true strength came from connection, from community, from the willingness to stand between darkness and light and refuse to yield. The Warden of Hogwarts. The Guardian of the Nexus. Harry Potter.